Okay. Looks like we're almost set. We're almost live everywhere. Okay, good morning, beautiful people. Let me share this out. Hey guys, make sure you're sharing the live, but when you do, share it to your stories and share it to your FYP. Those are the most beneficial places that you can actually send it. So share it to your stories and share it to your FYP. That will help boost the live and get more people in here for some debates. Also, if you don't mind, please tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We're going to go ahead and get some debates going here in just a moment. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Who do got? Megan, good morning. Milla, good morning. Rude Amber, good morning. Who else? Courtney's, I see you. Good morning. Good morning, VB. Good morning, Bash. Debbie's in the chat. Thank you so much for the heart hands. Debbie's in the chat, hubby. One Mighty Pen, I see you. Good morning. One Mighty Pen over on the kicks. Cool Cat, how are you? Good morning. Let's see here. What up, Kay? Love Cat, I see you guys. Good morning, beautiful people. I hope everyone is having an absolutely wonderful morning. I hope everyone is, feeling as beautiful as you are. I think we're good across the board. We're going to go ahead and get started here with some debates in a moment. So again, guys, please tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. Can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the love you so much. Please. Can we knock out the love you so much? Please. We're going to get started here in just a moment. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. That'll help boost the live as well. And last but not least, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. And we'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP. We are looking for some debates. So only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. You guys know how this things go. Let's go.
Yeah. Funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Go. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts ain't got milk for these old donuts. So pipe down. Yeah. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Go. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke.
Y'all slap nuts.
Ain't got milk for these oats. So
Debbie's in the chat. What up? What up?
Might drown. You don't want war with the king right now.
Hey.
Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
You should, but just in case you don't worry, I got you. I got you. What up, Sorsha? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. That was in chat for Rob. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. With that being said, we got a couple of people in the box. We're going to talk about it, right? Because the United States of America, we are a global joke. We are a global joke because of a couple of different things. First and foremost, capitalism doesn't compare to socialism, period. It's just facts. Sorry, I don't care about your feelings. Get over it. Number two, Dem stocks, they're up. Moderate Dems are shaking in their boots, but Republicans are shaking in their boots as well because Dem stocks, Democratic Socialists, are favored by even people on the right. Next, we have to talk about white people embracing white supremacy. It's a thing. It's a whole thing, and I feel like we got to talk about it. Next, we need to cut the United States military, and that's in a multitude of ways, especially because of what's going on currently with Iran. Trump is begging them to stop. Yeah, it's not good. Last but not least, Christians. Man. Christians weaponize the Bible. It is super interesting. We got to talk about it. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into some debates. Hey, weirdo, Adrian, you're spamming weird shit. First and foremost, you got me fucked up because I don't care about your weird spamming. Secondly, go get your main account. I don't give a fuck about you coming in here on some random spam account with 13 followers and you're following 8 people. Fuck off and go get your main account, you coward. And if you can't do that, then you can't be up here. Anywho, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree. What up, Tyler Sexy? We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Let's go ahead and get it going.
What's going on?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I disagree with you, my friend.
Oh, that's what's up.
I disagree with the way that you debate.
Oh, okay. It sounds like you came up here to cry me a river.
Well, no, I'm just pointing out that the way that you debate is that you memorize these facts that the higher authority people give down to you for you to memorize. And you don't have any independent thinking. And I watched your Jubilee. You're a part of it. I didn't know you. No, I didn't know you were that fat, my guy.
Oh, you're a fan. You're a fan. Hey, did you come up here with any type of substance, or did you just come up here to cry and then fangirl? Like, I mean, it's fine if you did that, but I just wanted to know, like, are we going to actually get a debate, or are you just going to be fucking off? The way
that you debate is you're just programmed. You're a programmed NPC.
How am I programmed NPC?
Because you memorize these facts that they give down to you. You have no independent
thoughts. I remember information, and so that hurts your fifi.
Have you read 1984, the book?
No, facts? I haven't read 1984. What is that?
No, you have. I know you have, right?
I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
You haven't? So maybe read that book, and then you're going to have a different way of thinking.
No, I have no interest in reading some random book that some random troll is actually recommending that I read. That's fucking stupid.
One of the biggest, most popular books out there.
Hey, I don't give a fuck. Do you want to debate, or did you just come up here to cry?
Yeah, let's debate on how fat you are.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That's fine. First, turn on your camera.
I'm not going to turn my camera on.
Oh, so you're too much of a chicken shit coward to actually turn on your camera.
I'm not.
But you want to put No, Miss Mamas. No, Miss Mamas. Hey, no. Turn on your camera. Don't be a fucking coward. You've already came up here on the troll account. I gave you the grace of coming up here on the troll account. But with that grace being extended, you know what's not going to be extended? The kindness to allow you to continue to actually run your fat ass mouth without actually saying, turn it on. Nobody cares about you pointing to some random area. Turn around and put your face on the camera, you fucking donut. Come on. Don't be bad faith. You know what you're doing. Turn it around. Turn your camera around and put your face on the screen. Turn it back on. Turn it around. Put your face on the screen. No. Come on. Don't be a chicken shit coward. Be better than that. Don't be a chicken shit coward. Be better than that.
Dude, when are you going to take accountability?
No. Turn on your camera and put your face on the screen. Like you came up here sounding off like you're Billy Badass, but yet you're just a little coward. Don't do that. Don't be a little beta cuck. Come on. Hey, sent you another invite. Do it. Do it. I don't give a shit what you call me. Listen. I don't give a shit what you call me. What I do care about is the fact that you're such a coward that all you can do is come up here and fangirl over me, but yet you're scared to actually put your face on the screen. Why are you scared? Why are you scared to put your face on? Why is it that you feel emboldened to actually, no one cares about you pointing your fucking camera out towards the pool. All right, listen, this is what we're going to do. You got 5 seconds to turn your camera on and face you, or I'm going to take it as a concession and you're just going to fuck off. Don't be a chicken shit coward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Him was a chicken shit coward. Oh, it's super interesting. It's super interesting because first and foremost, I don't give a fuck what they say. Like, you can't hurt my feelings. Second of all, I love the fact that people have so much to say, but yet they don't have the ability to actually do what I do. Right? Not only what I do when I debate, but they don't have the ability to get in front of a camera every day and put themselves in front of people and say it with their chest. That's why they hide behind these fake profile pictures and these fake accounts. That's why all they do is troll. They can't fucking beat me. They can't beat me. Oh, well. Anywho, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you are on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Listen. Hey, no one gives a fuck about you singing. Like, get a fucking personality and go do something productive with your day. Fuck off, kid. Fuck off. Holy shit. What's happening this morning? Did I piss in someone's cornflakes? What are we doing? I guess maybe I did. I guess I might have pissed in someone's cornflakes. That's the only logical explanation. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? John, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck you. I don't have anything else, so I'm just gonna say fuck you. What the fuck is happening? What are we doing? Holy shit. They're super weird this morning. I mean, I guess that's what we're going to do. Like, I guess they're just going to lean into like all the super weird shit, but that's fine. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I have a couple disagreements, but before I saw you on Jubilee yesterday, I thought you did amazing, bro.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Of course, but I have to agree with the other guy. You did low-key look big as hell. I didn't realize you were that big.
Okay.
Kind Kind of makes sense why you call people donuts, though, eh?
Is that the best that you have?
Got donuts on your mind, boy.
Oh, someone came up here and it's not funny. Oh, look at the little beta. Hey. I don't care. Listen, when I tell you what you have to say about me is completely irrelevant. Hey, you see that? My wife like it. I don't care if you don't find me as sexy as you would want to find me as, I know that you, for some reason, is like, if he did this, then he would be even more sexy. If he did that, then I would really want him then. If he just did this, then I would ravish him. Guess what? I don't care about that.
Don't worry, Santana.
Hey. I don't care about that. But what I do care about, James.
I think you look good. Don't worry.
Hey.
I think you look good.
What I do care about is the
don't mute me,
debate.
boy.
James, do you have a debate? Or did you just come up here to cry and hit on me?
Nah, I came up here to cry and hit on you.
Oh, okay, well, then in that case, you can go ahead and fuck off, Bubba. I don't care about you crying, and I'm not interested. I know. Oof. God damn it. That felt good. Oof. Ooh, that felt so good. Ooh. Man, let me tell you. The funniest shit that happens every single time one of these Jubilee videos come out, they see their heroes get dog walked. And then once their heroes are dog walked, then all they do is crash out and cry. Debbie's in the chat for red. Thank you for the heart hands. They see their heroes getting fucking dog walked. And then all they do is crash out and cry. But why? But why? But why? Why do you guys cry? If you really wanted to actually dismantle anything that I was saying, then come with an argument. No. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Did you come to bring me a debate, or what are we doing?
I came to ask you for something. One, did you give Tatum my message?
I didn't, because he was too much of a fucking coward. He told me that he was going to pick me for the 10 minutes and then ran.
Oh, he said he was going to pick you for the 10 minutes and then didn't do it.
Yeah, like after the second claim when we didn't get to finish, and I was like, yo, pick me for the 10 minutes. And he was like, all right. And he shook his head, yes. And I was sitting like right in front of him the whole time. And he immediately picked the guy that he thought was going to it was going to be easier. And then the guy just continued to dog walk him for 10 minutes.
Well, I came to say that I do not like the fact that you all have given more credence to the disrespect that Black conservatives get, because each of you absolutely dog walk.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is though, I don't agree with your political stance or a lot of stuff. Hey, as a matter of fact, I got a book I want you to read. I'm going to be sending that to you. But conservatives as a whole, especially Black conservatives, they usually lack a shit ton of substance, so much. They don't know shit.
Well, there's a difference. I think that people like him, he's just straight up and down bought and paid for it. I think a large percentage of the wealthiest and most well-known Black conservatives do happen to be bought and paid for, without question. Mm-hmm. And I wanted the Veil of Darkness study. What I wanted to ask was, who organized that study? Was that done from an educational institution? Was it done from a police oversight board? Who did that? Yeah, so it was perpetuated by Stanford, right? So there was a study completed before, and then Stanford did took the study and redid it with like 5 million traffic violations, and then they wanted to blow it out and do more, and so then they expanded it to 95 million. And the one flub that I do have is, I said the CDC. It's not the CDC. It's it was NIH. NIH actually it's on PubMed as well. So after Stanford reconfirmed it, the NIH reconfirmed it as well. But it's something that's been done multiple times, replicated to higher levels, and Stanford doing the study with 95 million. That's when they left it like unimpeachable. It was across the whole country, I would imagine. Yes,
across the country, different time zones, accounting for like different forms of traffic, daylight savings. I mean, it's like when I tell you, it's a massive collection of data that accounts for any possible factor that you can think of.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was looking, I was trying to find some research on it in Atlanta, but ours would be a little bit skewed because our police force is over half black. So that I couldn't, it wouldn't really be a fair race. Like you couldn't really prove a racial disparity in terms of traffic stops in the city because not only the people most likely getting pulled over are also black, the cops are also black. Yeah. So I was like, cross country has got to be. I mean the data points you gave were irrefutable. 100%.
Well, and so that's the thing that I tried to make sure that he understood, because again, like I'm not going to say that there aren't factors that could lead to like a disproportionate, stopping of black people. To your point, if there's a predominantly black area or anything like that. But even more than that, with it accounting for the entire country, every single area, looking at that aspect, it differs in the sense of like just being locked into the one thing. So.
Yeah, there was such a wide range of area of study. It pretty much virtually eliminates any and all forms of caveat or bias or what have you. I was very, very impressed.
Yeah. The thing that I just hated is that he felt like he could actually debate the study without seeing the study. Like I hate when people do that. That's, Well,
he could have had he actually had a referenceable additional study of his own, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He said, I have seen them. He didn't give a single source. I mean, it was utter nonsense. And then what he said about Martin Luther King, of course, I wanted to throw my phone at the wall when he attacked Martin.
He said Martin Luther King was a Marxist.
Well, which is an outright lie. I mean, I wanted to throw my phone at the wall when I heard him say that. Is Austin bored today? No, I'm not bored today, Lulu. Not quite. But no, it was. I came to give you your credit. I came to give you your props. It was very interesting. Very interesting.
Okay. Well, listen, I got a debate in the request because it's someone that actually said they wanted to debate me. But listen, I got a book that I'm going to send to you. It's called "Ain't I a Woman" by Bell Hooks. I
already ordered it. Oh, I've already ordered it. I'm reading through her. Me and my friends are going through Bell Hooks right now because we're working on refuting all of the points. So I've ordered that. I've ordered Betty Friedan's Feminine Mystique. I'm going through.
Wait, so you ordered the book not to get a perspective and to understand, but to try to dispute it.
To do both, to understand and dispute where I disagree. That's how I read all my books. I'm doing the same thing to her that I did when I was doing when I was going through my religious studies.
Sure.
I'm looking at what I agree with, what I disagree with, where the facts are.
Well, when you get the aspect of as far as like disagreement and all this other stuff, come back and talk to me about it because I would love to debate on that.
100%. Yeah, I'm reading her. I'm reading Alice Walker. I'm reading Friedan.
Don't forget Angela Davis.
Yeah, I'm picking up. My friend has recommended she recommended Davis too. So I'm going through all of that. I've got to be extremely well read before I come back to have these conversations.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'll give her this. There's some areas where there's I absolutely agree with her on a lot of the foundational points that she makes. But the real areas is just how she extends her philosophy.
I think the most interesting thing that you'll find is not only with like Bell Hooks, but looking at like Angela Davis, and I know the type of like reverence you have for like these black leaders through like civil rights and all this other stuff. But like the position that these men took and how they like marginalized black women. One of the biggest things that I took from like Ain't I a Woman was how they had women during like the suffrage movement and everything. They had to fight a battle on two fronts, right? They had to fight a battle against white people, right? And then there was supposed to be like some solidarity with women when they were fighting for like this feminist movement. But when white women realized that black men were going to get certain rights that they didn't have, then they abandoned black women in lieu for like whiteness. And so then black women looked towards black men for that solidarity, and black men found solidarity in manhood instead of like blackness. And so black women were left on an island and ostracized and had to fight the front against whiteness, white women, and black men all at the same time, while being marginalized, and especially in these like civil rights movements. They literally put the fight for like women's suffrage on the back burner for the fight for civil rights. And then once people, or black people, or black men specifically, got the ability to move forward, they never revisited, and they just continue to relegate black women to lesser than. The fact is that none of this shit would have happened without black women.
Well, yeah, I mean, Martin Luther King actually calls that out in the last book that he wrote, and as well as Malcolm X in his message to the grassroots speech that he gave a little bit before he was assassinated. He mentioned the same thing, that there has not been the same equivalent amount of attention given to the protection and uplifting of women. And Malcolm said women, period, and King focused on black women specifically in his book. And so there's a lot of overlap from those two main, of course, civil rights icons, but everyone else, they undergirded the work of black women, and they didn't give them a lot of credit. Mahalia Jackson even talked about that at one point.
Yeah. But you also got to take a look at the way that, like, even when they did kind of quote unquote praise black women, they still relegated them. Think about so I read Malcolm X's autobiography, and he talked about like his wife and how, his wife understood he was always on the go and, calling from different places in the country. And then once he started traveling international from there, but he relegated his wife, even though he said that he respected his wife with the highest level of any woman that he's ever respected, he still relegated her to the person in the home that's, taking care of the kids and and that was pretty much it. But I mean, again, that was indicative of the black leaders at that time. And the biggest thing that I'm just trying to get across with this book, and which I'm hoping that you get from it, is that we need to focus on protecting black women, uplifting black women voices, and we need to actually listen to black women.
Well, we do. I mean, we do that. I think Malcolm did that, and when it comes to Betty, that's what she just.
You and me.
I do listen to black women. Most of my following is black women. What I'm telling you is, as it relates to Malcolm X and his wife specifically, they're both Muslims. She decided to do that. She was okay with it. Same with Coretta.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that she wasn't. I'm just saying, even if you look at the actual reverence, like that's the highest praise that he had for the. She was a homemaker or whatever. But anyway, listen, we'll go. We need to circle back around.
We'll debate that. We'll debate that when I finish the book. We'll debate that later.
All right. All right, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP.
What's up, brother?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. So, guys, is it non-fawn? Is that how you say
non-fawn? Yeah,
non-fawn actually reached out to me after I ended up debating with David on his live a week or so ago. Anyway, he actually reached out and said that he had a couple of points of contentions around some of the stuff that I debated David on, and he wanted to come through and debate me on it. So that's where we are. We're gonna get into some debates to see where we go from there. Let me say some quick thank yous really quickly, and then we'll get into it. First and foremost, Dubs in the chat for Janetta. Janetta sent the $1 donation. Next week, actually, Janetta. Don't worry, I got you. I promise you, I will have that updated soon. W's in the chat for Janetta. W's in the chat for Just Devin for the $2 super chat. Yeah, no, listen, he doesn't know shit, but that's indicative of like not only MAGA, but Blaga specifically. They're just here to be tokenized. And as long as he can be tokenized, then that's his functionality. So W's in the chat for Farsi for the $2 donation. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Like, I don't understand how anyone does as well, but like, if you look at the amount of violence from the right, like domestic terrorists is prevalent within Christian nationalists. So like, it's a whole thing. Deb's in the chat for Christine for the $1 donation. I ordered the candle off of Amazon. This one is raspberry, strawberry, and vanilla. I like to burn candles as I'm in the office debating. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Over on YouTube, W's in the chat for JP, who's been a YouTube membership subscriber for a month. That said, Magus got hurt that you made Tatum prove he was a professional clown. Facts. That's why they're so butthurt this morning. W's in the chat as well for Dose, who sent a $9.99 super chat. Said, good morning. We find your schema sexy chocolate thunder. I know that's right. I saw a short of that Jubilee video, and I can tell it's going to be pure rage bait. Can't wait to see it. It just came out yesterday. I think it's like it hasn't even been out for 24 hours yet, and it's at like 500,000 views. That we put in work. We put in work. And W's in the chat for Rebel for the $2 donation with the rainbows. W's in the chat. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Knock out the daily gift goal. Make sure you send your daily heart me, and yeah. All right, perfect. The floor is yours. What points do you disagree with that you wanted to get into?
Yeah, I think there were a couple of things you said about the sort of the current state of capitalism or the current state of the well-being of Americans that I think are just not true. So, for example, I think it's not the case that like poverty has increased in the U.S. I think poverty has continued to go down, and part of that is due to like the welfare state and such. A non-significant portion, I would say. That's why I do support the welfare state. Things like the minimum wage hasn't kept up with the cost of living or whatever. Some of that stuff falls into like technically true, but like just paint a misleading picture because less and less Americans make the minimum wage, and overall just the median income has kept up with inflation. So the points about like wealth disparities and such, I think the evidence on like wealth inequality and stuff, first of all, is not the case that like there's just been an ever increasing massive amount of inequality in the U.S. I think it's pretty contentious. There's some economists, David Splinter and Jared Austin, who have some good work about income inequality, and as well as when you take Social Security into account for measures of wealth inequality, you actually don't even end up seeing an increase in wealth inequality in the U.S. over the last few decades. So all those things that I think are kind of misleading about the current state of capitalism or whatever. But then I also think just kind of generally we have reasons for thinking that capitalism and free markets perform better than a lot of social systems. And I'd be curious to, first of all, understand what exactly your model of socialism is and talk about what I might see the issues are with it.
All right, sure. I will give you my premise as far as like socialism, but I would really like to actually start with the contentions that you have with some of the stuff that I said. When people speak of socialism, people normally have three different lenses of socialism. The first lens that people think of when they think of socialism is governments that implement like socialist policy, social safety nets. That's something that you would refer to like with, Social Security or things like that, right? Leaning into universal health care, even UBI, those are socialist policies, while the governmental system still lives in a capitalistic society. The next portion that people tend to think of is the definition of the word, right? Which is where the workers own the means of production, right? So like that's a thing. But the actual form of socialism, which is truly what socialism is, and what I'm talking about is socialism running parallel with communism. Right. The premise of having the ability to shift the entire living conditions of the proletariat that would overwhelmingly benefit all people versus the small minority. And so that's the form that I'm speaking of when I say is better and more equipped than capitalism. But the reason why I say that is not only because socialism would give everyone a floor in which no one is living in these massive disparities, but it eliminates people being able to hoard the actual resources that are like centered around like people who have access to wealth and things like that. But So just giving you like where I stand and what I think of, but let's talk about the contingents of the things that you said. I said when you talked about like the poverty increasing within the U.S., you talked about the the federal minimum wage versus inflation, and then you talked about the wealth inequality. So the first part, the point that I kind of want to start at, and just to get a better understanding from you, is understanding do you think that capitalism is beneficial to the whole of the American people?
So on net, yes, I obviously recognize that like there are going to be some in any system. There's going to be some people worse off than in some counterfactual system. But on net, I think it's good overall. And just more specifically, I think that poverty has fallen by
no. Why? You said on net overall. You say yes, but I'm saying why?
Yeah, so I think generally capitalism in some system of free market this leads to an efficient allocation of labor and capital that tend to lead to economic growth. And this is a pretty consistent pattern you see across capitalist countries. There's a lot of empirical evidence about the relationship between economic freedom and growth. There seems to be a pretty strong relationship there, and growth overall tends to help everybody, even those who like are not directly working themselves in the growing sector or whatever. It seems that it does increase the quality of life. That increasing productivity does mean people consume more while working the same amount of time.
Okay, and just to make sure that we're speaking the same language as well, you are talking about like how capitalism actually exists in our current society, not the way that it exists on paper and textbooks, right?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, because I want to make sure you understand that, because I understand just like with any theory, we could talk economics, we can talk about how things are supposed to work and what is supposed to happen and how things are supposed to happen. But I think the bigger thing is looking at how the things are actually occurring in our society today. So, all right, following up on that question then, if capitalism overall benefits everyday Americans, then why is it that we live in the richest country on earth? We have the highest GDP, but while doing so, we have the largest wealth disparities, while also having average Americans unable to sustain a $500 unexpected expense without meeting some type of insecurities, whether it be loss of housing or things along those lines.
Yeah, so I'd be curious what the source is for the largest wealth disparities claims, as well as the $500 emergency expense claim. I'm familiar with the 50% Americans can't afford a $400 emergency expense. People cite that a lot. It's from the Federal Reserve Household Survey. But I think that's kind of misleading because that's only the number of people who wouldn't be able to cover it immediately with cash, and then some other people would just need to, for example, put it on a credit card or something like it does, which doesn't necessarily indicate like the most extreme financial duress or anything, even if you think it's not ideal. And that number has been trending downwards over time. It's been on a pretty consistent downward trend. 54% of Americans from that same survey have 3 months of emergency savings saved up. So, there's that. With regards to the wealth inequality.
Wait, hold on one second. Because I want to take a look at your actual, you said it's on a downward trend. We're going to take a look at that. But do you want my sources first, or do you want me to pull up the sources that you're referring to saying that this is actually on a downward trend?
I mean, we can look at yours first. But.
Sure. The wealth disparity coming from, I'm sorry, the wealth disparity comes from and I might have misstated this, it's from G7 countries, right? That's what I'm referring to, because I don't compare like apples to oranges. I'm not going to compare the US to like some small country in Russia. I mean, some small area, whatever. Anyway, so 1 second here. Let me get this up.
Well, it's not surprising we have more wealth inequality than
I'm sorry?
Than a lot of European countries. It's not surprising that we have a lot of more wealth inequality than many European countries. But I think people still overstate its significance.
What do you mean they overstate it?
As in, a lot of people think it has grown more than I think it is fair to say it has grown. And I think that people overestimate its effects when it's just not clear from the evidence we have that its effects are like substantially negative.
Wait, so you're saying that the wealth gap that we have within the United States of America, even though it has grown, it's not negatively impacting?
So I don't think the evidence is clear that the effects are substantially negative. So, for example, people will claim that like wealth inequality is like eroding democracy or whatever, and it just seems like the empirical evidence does not support that conclusion very well.
Wait, what empirical? I'm sorry. What is the fact that CPI is outpacing the median income in the United States of America? The fact that people are making more in our country today, but paying more than they ever have, so they have less disposable income.
So I don't think that's empirically true. I think it just median.
Wait, you don't understand what point is empirical? You don't believe what's the fact that consumer prices are outpacing the median wage?
Over what time period?
Okay. Give me a second. The study that I was talking about, let me just give you this and then I'll pull up the other one. The study I was talking about is the Pew Research Center that completed the actual look at 6 facts about the economic inequalities within the United States. It was also backed up by inequity.org talking about the wealth inequity. And so you could take a look at those two if you want to, but I'm going to pull up the CPI. This is recent where this has been a big thing. Are you denying that that's a thing, or are you saying that it's just too short? I'm trying to make sure I understand.
So I think during COVID, there were like 2 years where real median personal income or whatever didn't outpace inflation, in like 2022 and 2020, or 2021 and 2022, I believe. But other than that, it's been on a pretty steady upward trend. And I think it's not a lot of the things that tell you otherwise, I think, are doing kind of unfair comparisons where they're using CPI, which is like the highest estimate of inflation. Essentially, there's a pretty strong argument to be made that actually overstates inflation, and just comparing it to hourly wages when most workers' compensation or big increases in non-wage compensation have occurred over the last few decades, right? Workers get a lot more in health insurance now. They get a lot more in retirement contributions, things of that nature.
Well, just FYI, this is from Pew Research. Have Americans' wages kept up with inflation? That depends. This is the study where they actually took a look at the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and they compared the actual increase in prices from 1995 until 2025. And there's multiple factors. They looked at like buying power and where the conditions rose. But when looking at the price index, it looks like there's been an 11% increase from 11 to 22%. And then taking a look at like the costs for like adjusted for inflation, you see that prices, depending on the different things that we're looking at, CPI, the main CPI increased about 93%, where CPI retroactive series increased 94%, and chain CPI increased 80%, and PCE increased 77%. And that's adjusting for inflation adjustment and adjusting for the time. So just looking at the actual overall amount of increase since 1999 until 2025, the shift as far as how much things cost versus how much how much the average family makes, it's not keeping up. They're outpacing.
So I think the mistake they're likely making there is that they are, again, just using CPI and comparing it to hourly wages, and CPI is going to give you the highest estimate of inflation. And
that's not true.
What?
They're looking at different aspects of CPI, but they're also looking at different aspects that are listed within the Bureau of Labor and Statistics.
who measure. I don't know what you mean by that. Who they measure a lot of things.
Yeah, they're looking at the actual wages and wage increase as well. So are you saying your issue is when talking about inflation,
I would
they're
think that
looking at CPI, or you want them to look at something else? Help me understand exactly what you're referring to.
Is that they're typically estimates that find like stagnating wages or whatever. They're using some of the highest estimates of inflation from CPI and some of the most narrow definitions of income, which exclude a lot of non-wage compensation.
Where are you getting that from?
Government transfers. So if you look
at, where are you getting it from? Are you saying that's what you're assuming, or are you saying that's what you're seeing when you're looking at the study?
I'm getting that. I'm getting that from because I've read I've read quite a bit of stuff about it. Okay. So
okay, but you're not looking directly at the study from the Pew Research Center. You're saying this is what you've seen in other instances.
If I look at the thing from Pew Research, am I going to see the exact same thing? I bet I am. You can tell me.
Okay, well, that's fine. I would much rather you pull up the source and then critique the source directly than saying, well, this is what you see in other instances. Like I'm so confused as far as why you would actually cite, previous experiences when talking about this study. Like that seems
well, because I can't have every source, memorized at any given time, but I do.
Oh, I didn't actually memorize it. That's why I gave it to you so you could pull it up and look at it.
Well, I'm just saying I can understand the general flaws in methodologies that tend to give you certain results. It's not clear, or it's not possible for me to just.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a issue and a critique with the methodology that's used,
what's the actual thing?
If you have a critique and the issue with the methodology used, I'm willing to hear it out, but I'm not willing to hear it out based off of you not looking at it and just like what you're saying that you've seen in general. That's silly.
Yeah, great. Okay, so Pew Research Center, what do you want me to look up? Facts about
have American wages kept up with inflation? That depends. This was published on May 21st, 2026. You were critiquing the fact that they were using just CPI. And I told you there's different aspects of CPI, PCE, chain CPI, main CPI, and CPI retroactive series. And you're saying that, like it's just this narrow scope. And like you were somehow making the determination that the methodology was flawed. I want to know specifically, as far as this study, where is the flaw in the methodology?
I'm guessing, as I've said,
I don't care about a guess.
A narrow definition of a.
I don't care about a guess.
I have to go through and look at the.
Sure. I don't care about a guess.
But I'm also I'm familiar like my own sources. Like you can look at work, for example. Other than
you saying a bunch of random things about something that we're supposed to be talking about. I don't want you to like go on to something else or say, well, I've seen this and this. Like that's fine. I really, really like for you to be where your feet are. And right now your feet are right here.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying there's plenty of sources you can find that I am familiar with off the top of my head.
That's fine. I don't care about what you're familiar with off the top of your head. You're critiquing the source that I brought. So like, let's talk about the source that I brought, not like a source that you want to critique that you've already looked at that I didn't say anything about.
Wait, what am I? I mean, this is saying like this is a quote from it. The median wage's real buying power grew by 12.1%. Using CPIU, the median weekly wage of $482 in December was equivalent to about $928 in December 2025. What if the median wage real buying power increased by 12.1%? Like they're still finding that it's increasing.
Yeah, wait, I never said that median wage wasn't increasing. I said CPI is outpacing them. But again, the issue that you stated that you had.
But if CPI is
hold on, I'm going to finish my sentence. I'm going to finish my sentence. The critique that you had was saying that they use a limited scope of just looking at CPI, and I'm saying, by what basis do you have that critique? Again, and I want you to make sure that you understand the claim that I'm making. I'm not making the claim that median wage hasn't increased, because that's that's not true. It has increased, but what it hasn't done is kept up for the increase to CPI due to inflation. So that's what I'm referring to.
When this says real buying power, the median wage is real buying power grew by 12.1%. What do you think that means?
That the actual ability for people to purchase products increased.
In other words, adjusted for inflation, it grew by 12.1%.
Oh, okay.
Which means it outpaced inflation, right?
No. What
do you mean no?
No. Hold on.
If it says the real buying power grew
so
by
would you?
12.1%,
Okay, cool. So if you keep going, right? If you keep going and you take a look, let's see here. Not value companies timeline regardless. CPU.
Using the
CPI tends to produce higher inflation readings than other measures, and some economics have agreed that the overstate in actual inflation. One criticism of the CPI-U is slow reflection changes the consumer buying habits. For instance, if steak prices raise and consumers respond by switching by buying cheaper chicken,
you know what you're reading right
and the
now,
market
undermines your point. Yes, CPI substitute has substitution bias.
It literally doesn't undermine my
CPI
point.
substitution biases inflation upwards.
Hey. I was in the middle of like reading off the information, but you decided to jump in.
I'm familiar with substitution bias in CPI. It undermines your point. Substitution bias means that CPI.
I need you to slow down for a second and let me finish what I'm saying. Okay? I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. You good?
Okay, buddy.
All right.
Sure.
There we go. So, yes, there are actual substitutions that are put in place, which speaks to the fact that inflation is increasing and people are looking at alternatives to offset the additional costs. But that's not the only thing that's listed in here. That's not the only instance. That's why it looks at multiple aspects of CPI, not just CPI-U. And that's why I called out the fact that they look at the actual adjustment for main CPI. They look at the actual adjustment for PEC, chain CPI, and then the retroactive series, right? Okay. And so when looking at the different aspects and looking at the overall increase, there's multiple factors that occur. But if you take a look at the shift, especially since 2020, right? And when they take a look at the actual massive shifts prior to 2020 and then look at the shifts after 2020 and where we've gone, you've seen that all of these actual rates have overwhelmingly been outpaced. All right, the entire study looks at 1999 to 2025, but you see the massive shift starting in 2020, which, yes, COVID is a whole thing, but ever since then, it's been at a disproportionate rate. Just for example, prior to 2020, from 2015 to 2025, main CPI was actually at 8.1, and since then, since 2020, it's been at negative 3.2. Right. So while I agree that if you look at the entire time from 99 to 2025, you'll see that there has been growth that's been occurring. But ever since 2020, since we've been on the 6-year trend or whatever, well, I say 5 years because it counts for 2025, you've seen the actual inverse, and you've seen the massive negative impacts occurring with inflation and the cost of products.
So now, first of all, now it seems like we moderated the claim to, I guess, over the last 6 years has outpaced inflation. But for one, I just want to be clear: CPI does have substitution bias. That biases CPI estimates upward.
FYI, I just want to say I'm not shifting the claim. I told you that this looks at the actual data from 99 to 2025. But I'm telling you that if you take a look at the actual massive shift, it's occurred within the last 6 years.
Do you agree that over the whole time period, they find that the median wage has actually increased, the real median wage?
Yeah, I mean, again, I've never said that the median wage didn't increase. Tell me when I've ever said that.
Real inflation.
Tell me when I've said that the median wage hasn't increased. When did I make that
For
statement?
example, when I read out to you this quote, over that span, the median wage's real buying power grew 12.1%. And I asked, do you think that means that the median wage outpaced inflation? And you said no.
Tell me when I said at any point that the point of me bringing this up was that median wage has not increased.
So when I read this quote that said the median wage's real buying power grew by 12.1%, and I asked, do you think this implies that it outpaced inflation? And you said no. That is you saying that you don't think the real median wage increased.
No, that's not. That's not. Because I've been very clear with my claim from the very beginning. And just to like reground my claim, the claim is that CPI is outpacing the real median wage. I've never said the real median wage is not increasing.
What does real mean? What does real mean?
I'm literally not done talking. So the point that I'm making is that, yes, if you take a look at the entire set, you see massive swings prior to 2020. But since 2020, you've seen the disparities really show itself. So you trying to pretend as of me calling out the no and the contradiction is not me being able to actually speak to the different points of time. I mean, I'm not talking about just that one lump for 99 to 2025. I'm talking about the different changes that we've seen historically versus what we're seeing recently. Like I literally started by saying, when you talk about economics, are we going to be talking about the actual way that it plays out within society today? So society today would mean currently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you just walk off, or what are we doing?
What does real mean?
Can you answer my question directly, or did you just like walk off and not listen to anything that I said?
Are we talking about? Yeah, I was grabbing a monster, a white monster. Okay. So
okay.
I don't know exactly.
Can you directly engage with what I just said?
Yeah. So I guess we're talking about capitalism as it is today, as it is now. Okay. So what does real mean when someone says real?
Holy fuck! That's not engaging with what I said.
Okay. What am I not engaging with?
Like okay. Can you repeat to me what I said while you were walking off to get a white Monster energy drink?
Yeah, I heard something about, we need to talk about capitalism as it is today. That's why I started asking about this. You said that you never claimed that the median wage isn't increasing, just that it's being outpaced by CPI, and that you've seen the real big shifts over the last 6 years.
Okay, would you like to respond to that at all?
Yeah, so I want to know what the word real means when someone says real median income.
Holy fuck. Okay, no worries. I got you. Let's put it on the screen. And then can you directly engage with what I'm actually saying? Because like you sitting here
directly
and
answer my question.
I gave you the question first. I was in the middle of talking and you started spamming questions. I need you to lock the fuck in. Like, I'm not exactly sure what you think is happening right now, but you like just randomly spamming shit in the middle of me speaking and then pretending as if I'm not engaging with what you're saying. I'm not going to do that. Now, I got you. You want to know what the word real means?
Well, I know what it means. I want to know if you know what it means.
Yeah, that's fine. We're going to look up the word real. The word real, based off of Merriam-Webster, means there's 3 different points: having objective independence, instance, not artificial, fraudulent, or illusionary, also being precisely what the name implies.
Okay, so when people say real median income or real wages or real anything in economics, really, what they mean is adjusted for inflation. That's what it means. Mm-hmm. And that makes even more sense.
I'm so confused as far as what point you think that you're making, because again, I've already said that if you take a look at the actual data from 1999 to 2025, you see that yes, there is an actual increase in the real median wage. But if you take a look at the disparities that have occurred since 2020, they're being outpaced. So the study looks at a large swath of time, but if we take a look at how this is actually showing up in our society today, you see the discrepancies. That's why I said, hey, I need you to make sure that you're dealing with how things are in society today and not just an overall economic premise. So the question I have for you is, if understanding that over the course of our country, country's history, what do we say, almost 30 years? Like, we'll just round it up, say almost 30 years. For the majority of time, this wasn't the case. But since 2020, we've seen this large disparities where the actual CPI has outpaced the median income. So how do you account for those things? And does that not speak to the fact that the society that we're currently living in is untenable for most Americans?
So first of all, if I just go to like Fred real quick and type in real median personal income, I think that did go down for like 2 years, or like in 2020, it went down. It actually was it was flat basically between 2020 and 2021, but then it started going up again. So I don't think that just, for the last 6 years, there's been no growth, or it's been outpaced or whatever. It started going up after 2022 again, and reached basically where it was in 2020 or 2019 by.
What question do you think you're answering right now?
It exceeded.
What question do you think you're answering right now?
I'm responding to your point about the shifts over the last 6 years, society as it is right now. I'm saying society over as it is right now is actually the real median personal income is bigger than it was in 2019 and 2020. So
give me a source that shows that for the last 6 years that CPI has not outpaced median income, because the actual information that we just looked at literally showed that.
So look up. So first of all, no, it didn't. Right?
It did. But give me your source.
It literally says real.
It did. But give me your source.
By every measure.
Give me your source.
Of inflation. I'm just looking at Fred right now.
Yeah. Okay. So you're looking at Fred.
Real median personal income in the U.S. And this is adjusted with CPI, by the way. But I do think it has non-wage compensation in this, which some of the other sources don't.
Okay, so we're looking at just the real medium household income, the graph of Fred. I'm
looking at personal, but household works too. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're looking at what?
Personal, but household works too.
Oh, okay, why wouldn't we be looking at household? Why would we be looking at personal?
I mean, it doesn't matter that much to me, but I mean, household. I mean, you're going to have potentially multiple income earners within it.
Yeah.
So you might when I say bias it upwards, that might not necessarily bias it upwards, but it's not going to be measuring the same thing. But even household income looks like fell further, but it's still higher now than it was in 2019.
Again, I'm so confused as far as what you think I'm looking for. So yeah, I see that the actual, we're looking at Fred, we're looking at the actual dip that occurred. This goes from 2019 to 2024. Damn it, do they not have anything past 2024?
Not yet. I mean, you can look at other stuff that probably hasn't passed 2024. But
yeah, give me a second here. Let's see. Yeah, no, everything that I'm finding is for 2024. The only thing that's outside of that is
Yeah, but they probably don't have the tax data.
Yeah. And the only thing outside of that is the census, and I wouldn't actually lean on the census. Give me one more second, though. What is this? The Bureau of Labor and Statistics actually released some information.
I also just
they
want
talk about the actual. I'm going to talk about the information, but this is from the scope of just the income.
This is all, by the way, using CPIU, and I think it's funny that you literally read earlier about the substitution bias, right? You literally read the thing about consumers substituting between things. Do you understand that bias is the estimate of inflation upwards that makes CPI higher than it arguably should be?
Wait, you're saying the fact that people are substituting, it's making the actual inflation projections higher?
Well, the fact that CPI doesn't properly account for the substitution.
Okay.
Because it means people are buying, because it's still essentially measuring a big an increase in the price of goods that people aren't buying as much anymore, right? So it's overly weighting expensive things that people are substituting away from.
Right, but yes, they absolutely do say that that's an actual. This is a critique that economics have argued about the overstating of actual inflation of CPIU, right? But then this is why they actually look at more than just CPIU.
Yeah, which they all say has gone higher, right? So it starts by using
no.
CPIU,
I'm saying that,
and it says with CPIU,
I'm saying that you're sitting here critiquing the fact that it's just the
1%.
CPIU, but I'm telling you they're looking at more than just the CPIU, right? So yes, I mean you can definitely talk about the actual substitution and what occurs when you look at switching out steak for chicken, but that's not the only measure that this study is actually looking at.
Yeah, but you recognize when they use other measures, it goes up even more. So using chain CPI, it says the real median's wages, its buying power grew by 20.1%.
What they're looking at the personal consumption expenditure price index. They took a look at the measures from Fred, and they took a look at what else? But again, that still doesn't actually negate the point as far as what I was hoping that you were trying to. 1 second here.
Wages,
1 second. It doesn't negate. Hey. Again, I was still in the middle of speaking. That doesn't negate the point of the actual shift that we've seen within the last 6 years. Right, where inflation has outpaced every aspect. I'm sorry, the growth, the uprise of CPI has outpaced the median income since 2020. So, like, even if I grant you that, again, I never said that overall this hasn't been a thing, but if I'm telling you that since 2020 we've seen these massive negative impacts, then why aren't we addressing how this is actually showing up in society today?
Right. So, for one, just can we agree now that the median wage has?
I would just love for you to answer my question directly. Hey, can you answer my question directly?
As I've said, so first of all, I think like these things are relevant over a long run. Because it's going to paint different perceptions, different understandings of the like history of capitalism, or like how well it's performing, right? So I do think even the history is obviously like relevant to these points.
Can you answer the question directly? I mean, you're doing a lot of talking and not a lot of actually answering the question.
I don't know.
Why are we not accounting for the impacts that have occurred since 2020 to now, where we see these negative disparities with the actual price index rising? Even though median income is continuing to rise, it's being outpaced.
So it's not my understanding that since 2020, there's just been a total stagnation of income, the median income compared to inflation.
No one said, you're making claims that no one said. When did I say that there's been total stagnation?
That seems to have been what precisely is your claim with regards to median income, real median income post 2020 then?
since 2020, inflation has rose and CPI has outpaced the real medium income since 2020. And even looking at the source, we've already started to, how the fuck are you going to ask me to actually clarify it and then speak while I'm in the middle of speaking?
Because what you said just made no sense. So maybe you misspoke.
Maybe if you listen to what I'm saying and let me finish my fucking sentence, then you'll get it. The claim that I'm stating, which is the overarching premise, is that CPI is outpacing medium income. Medium income. CPI is outpacing medium income. And when you look at what the actual shifts have been since 2020, prior to 2020, I gave the specific example, main CPI from 2015 to 2025 was 8.1%. But since 2020 to 2025, main CPI has been negative 3.2%. So I want you to directly address the fact that since 2020, the actual negative impacts that have occurred where people are making money, but the cost of living is outpacing the increases in the amounts of money that they're making.
Okay, so it sounded like you misspoke earlier because you said that inflation has outpaced real median wages.
Holy fuck, I have not been saying real medium wages. I keep saying medium wages. Can you address what I said directly? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm just saying
you're really just gish galloping because you don't want to address the issue. Like, we've been going and doing this circle and dance for like, what, 15, 20 minutes now? And you still have not addressed the point that I've made over and over and over and over and over. Address the point directly.
Okay, so from the stuff I read, it is just empirically not the case that median income has not risen more than inflation over the past 6 years.
What did you read?
Did go down, at least by some measures.
What did you read?
Go down. For example, I've read
what did you read?
Dube, who talks a lot. For example, I've read work by Aaron Dube.
Okay, Aaron Dube, what? What's the actual source? Give me the actual source of what you read.
Go look up Aaron Dube, inflation inequality meets wage compression. And he's like a pretty progressive economist, by the way.
Inflation inequality, what?
Inflation inequality meets wage compression. And like here, you can see like a chart he has of real wage growth by decile.
Wait, are you talking about his Substack? You want me to read his Substack?
Yeah, he has a blog post with relevant data in it, but this is like the best you're gonna get because he's using not only CPI but distributional CPI, which shows like higher increases in inflation for people in the bottom 10%, and this is the absolute best data you're gonna get on this, right? Like this is when I say best data, best for your case. This is like the most progressive economist doing this. Like, yeah.
When you talk about the actual quote unquote most progressive economist that's doing this, I don't give a shit about that. I mean, like, if you take a look at let's see, the National Library of Medicine, it talks about inflation and wage growth since the pandemic. It talks about the actual estimates, of the actual increase of 5% points, and then the 3% in point boost to inflation and wage growth. It looks at the actual differences that have occurred throughout the United States and across the world, and it looks at more of the actual substance of when it comes to what's occurred through the growth since the pandemic, right? So, like, I hear what you're saying as far as the actual Substack that you want me to look at, but do you have anything that's not a Substack that we could look at?
For specifically since 2020, I'd have to go digging through my stuff. I'm sure some of these have stuff. I think the the Substack is just what I remember off the top of my head because it's like the most. I use it in stuff like this because Aaron Duke's a pretty progressive economist. He disagrees with me on a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
Can you
go grab a source that's not a Substack?
I mean, we just look at Fred. Like you can look at real median personal income.
Yeah, I mean, like I hear you. You want us to just look at Fred, and I'm telling you that there's other actual economic. There's actual economic reviews. There's actual studies that have been completed. I mean, like you just saying, look at Fred.
They all have the same data as Fred.
That's fine. Hey, can you go grab me a source that's not a Substack, please and thank you. I would really appreciate it if you could go grab me a source that's not a Substack, please and thank you.
Like I gave you Fred.
Yeah,
I can give you.
Yeah, go grab a source that's not a Substack that makes the point that you're trying to make. All right.
Okay, Fred is not a Substack, right?
Okay. How about you give me an actual economic, an actual credible economic review of the data from Fred?
Economic source.
No, I said of the data from Fred.
I don't know if I have anything on hand.
Okay, well, instead of talking, like, go do that. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then I'll come back to you. A second here. W's in chat for Lauren for the $1 donation. Lauren, I appreciate you. I appreciate the hell out of you. It was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed it. W's in the chat for Danella for the $1 donation. Yeah, like people have told me that as well, and I'm trying, but like I'm kind of losing hope that it'll actually happen. So W's in the chat for Nazir for the $5 donation. Oh, thank you so much. You said we're lucky you're into streaming. Thank you for all the good work. Thank you. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in chat for Christine for the $1 donation, and people wonder why they're muted. Yeah, like, I mean, I think that they lack the ability to actually allow people to finish sentences. I think I've been pretty good faith as far as letting him speak, but for some reason, he has impulse control issues, but whatever. W's in the chat for Tona for the $1 super chat. Let's see here over on Twitch. Oh, that was last night. That's last night. We're all caught up. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you like to support the live, you can do so. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me if you have not done so. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. This is interesting. Okay. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to get the information that we can look at?
I mean, I feel like I've given you enough. I think you can look at like this. The Fed survey has a little bit of stuff, but probably not exactly what you want.
I'm not understanding exactly what you're referring to.
The Federal Reserve household survey.
No, I mean, like the statement that you just made seemed to actually, you kind of like petered off as far as what you were saying.
Oh, the Federal Reserve household survey, I think, has a measure of income growth in it. It's probably not exactly what you want, because I think it probably does not go past 2023.
Okay. How about this? How about we kind of get a little bit more focused within the actual things that have been outpaced, right? One thing that I think we can agree is that if people can't afford to eat, then like that's indicative of like capitalism not working because the cost of living is increasing exponentially. Is that fair to say?
So not exactly, right? Because you could imagine people struggling to be able to eat under capitalism, but it's still being preferable to some counterfactual system. And
we're not talking about other systems. We're talking about capitalism and how society works today. Can we agree that in the society that we currently live in, if there is an increase in people having a lack of ability to eat and actually even dying from that lack of ability to eat, then that speaks to the cost of living and the different factors that cause people to be unable to eat?
So not it just merely the fact that like people are not able to afford food is obviously like evidence of the fact that the price of food has gone up and like the cost of living has gone up. If that is all you mean, then sure. But I think you're in a bad position there, because it just seems like the percent of income that Americans spend on food has been trending downwards over time. And even since the pandemic, wages have outpaced the growth in food prices.
I didn't understand your answer. Can you try again, but answer directly to what I just said? I'm hoping that we can come to an understanding.
If your claim is only that an increase in food prices is evidence of like the cost of living increasing and certain people not being able to cope with that, then sure, I could recognize, obviously that's basically trivially true, but I think you're in a difficult position there just because the percentage of income people spend on food has gone down over time. And I believe even since the pandemic has gone down.
How am I in a predicament then? That doesn't make sense.
Because that would seem to suggest that people's quality of lives and their ability to afford food has actually been getting better under capitalism. So.
Wait, so them purchasing less food means that their life is getting better under capitalism?
No, not the percentage of income they spend on food, which does not necessarily mean less food, because their incomes overall can grow, right?
Yeah, I maybe you don't understand what I'm looking to actually baseline on. Can we agree that people dying from not being able to access food is indicative of a failure in our capitalistic society?
So when you say a failure, it is a bad outcome, right? And I don't believe that's intrinsic to capitalism, number one. And then I think in any system, there's going to be people worse off than in some counterfactual system. We have to talk about
why are you talking about other systems? And I'm talking specifically about what,
because it's not very meaningful to me.
It's very meaningful if we're talking about our society today. I'm not talking about other ideal societies. I'm not talking about other countries. I'm talking about the United States of America. Can we agree in the United States of America, if people are dying because they don't have access to food, then that is a failure within our capitalistic society?
That is a failure. I don't believe it's intrinsic to capitalism. And I don't
who said that it's intrinsic to capitalism? I'm talking about our capitalistic society. Why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep trying to change my words?
I think it's relevant when discussing the merits of capitalism to say I recognize that capitalism can have bad outcomes.
I'm talking about the way that capitalism exists in our society today. I've been very, very clear on that. I'm not talking about theory. I'm not talking about how it presents itself in other societies. I'm talking directly in our society today.
Mm-hmm.
So we can agree that people dying because they don't have access to food within our society, the United States of America, is a failure of the capitalistic society.
Yeah, under at least your conception of what failure means here, then sure, but that's not very meaningful to me at that point.
Okay, so people dying because they can't access food in the richest country on earth it means nothing to you. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do that. Goddamn. Okay, so
I'm clarifying. That's what you just said.
If by failure, no. So if by failure you only mean something like a bad outcome, and we're not comparing at all to any counterfactuals, or we're not talking about what systems overall are good on net. If that's all we're doing, then the failure there doesn't mean very much to me, is what I'm saying, because we're not actually comparing to what other systems would do or anything like that.
Why do we have to compare to other systems versus what we're doing? Why can't we compare
because I care.
Wait, why can't we compare to why can't we compare to the capabilities of our society?
What do you mean?
Do you believe that our society is not indicative of people being able to, be able to have enough access to enough food? Are we in a food shortage within the United States of America where it's understandable that people could be dying for a lack of food?
No, I don't believe we're in a food shortage. And again, the percentage of income spent on food.
Okay, so if we're not in a food shortage, then the fact that people are dying to a lack of access to food while not being in a food shortage would be indicative of a failure in our capitalistic society.
I'm gonna repeat the same thing. You could say it's a failure, but if we're not thinking about the system as a whole, or whether it's good on net, then the word failure there is not very meaningful to me.
Okay.
And I also don't
think, just to make sure I have this clear, then
many people actually dying of because they can't afford food in the U.S.
Oh wait, sorry, because I didn't hear you said it's only what?
I said there's not many people literally dying because they can't afford food in the U.S. We do have a welfare system.
Why are you saying that? Have you looked it up?
I've seen some evidence about it. Yeah. Oh,
okay, cool. If you want to take a look at the National Library of Medicine, the PMC is 125428110. It talks about the rising death due to malnutrition and growing disparities.
Can
I finish my sentence? Can I finish my sentence? Hey, shut the fuck up. I would love to be able to finish my sentence before you start. I don't give a fuck about you trying to interrupt me. Let me finish my sentence. If you take a look at the actual information, it's rising death due to malnourishment and growth disparities in the United States. And this is a 24-year trend, an analysis from 1999 to 2023. And it talks about the actual growing health concerns within the United States. And it also has a prediction that says by 2030, 20% of Americans will be malnourished, right? And so it takes a look at the different aspects of the population, the different aspects within age, race, all of these other things. And it talks about the actual key indicator facts that are causing people to actually die from malnutrition, and then the actual projection course that we're currently still on. Now you can respond to what I was saying.
Okay. Yeah, so most of that is just because previously we used to it's just on death certificates, write natural causes, where when someone was old and died of what we would consider natural causes. Now,
where are you getting that from?
2010, since
where are you getting that from?
I'm getting that from I can get you a source here. I'm getting that from.
I thought you were critiquing the source that I gave you, since you said you have already seen it.
Which is the number in there. Is mostly the massive increase of the people dying of malnutrition or whatever. It's mostly just the fact that we started writing malnutrition as a contributing cause of death in the U.S. whenever someone was.
So again, are you saying that that's listed in this PubMed information I just gave you, or are you saying that you have a separate source stating that?
I'm saying that the data in there is presumably using the malnutrition deaths.
Why presumably? Why not actually directly cite where it's saying that?
Okay, but because I'm not, so anything that shows a massive spike in the number of malnutrition deaths is almost certainly using the data amongst that shows this massive spike in malnutrition deaths because we changed how we write on death certificates, the cause of death that we write down.
You said that this changed when?
I think it was 2012.
Okay, cool. I'm glad to hear you say that. The actual spike started in 2013. So can you give me a source that actually speaks to what you're saying as far as like the classifications? Because even if you take a look at the actual massive increase in the massive spikes within the United States of America, it started in 2013 and it's just dramatically increased since then. So how about a source?
So I'm looking at why are malnutrition deaths soaring in America? It's an article on nutritioncare.org.
Nutritioncare.org. All right, give me a second. I'll pull it up.
And like there's some stuff here. Guidance for diagnosing
malnutrition. 1 second here. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. I don't want you reading it before I have it up in front of me so we can look at it together. Give me a second. You said malnutrition, or you said nutrition.org? What did you say?
Just look up why are malnutrition deaths soaring in America.
No, just tell me the source and the title and I'll look it up directly.
That is the title. It's nutritioncare.org is the
nutritioncare.org
website it's hosted on. But you're not going to be able to, I imagine it's hard just to go from the website to this exact PDF.
And what's the title?
Why are malnutrition deaths soaring in America? And just to be clear, is your contention that the increase in malnutrition deaths represents people not being able to afford food? Mm-hmm. That's your contention? Okay.
All right, I have the source up. Where are you reading from?
Just go to the bottom of the first page and they have some like bullet points here. Guidance for diagnosing
it's only one page for me. Hold on, I'll show you what I see because I only see one page. I might not be looking at exactly what you're looking at, but give me 1 second. I'm going to put it on the screen so you can see it. Is this what you're looking at?
Yeah, there should be a PDF you can click on. Somewhere. But there's probably a view full report thing. But no, those bullet points there, do you see the bullet point? Guidance for diagnosing malnutrition and clinical setting was published in 2012.
Okay, so we're looking at this page. Okay, go ahead and read it off then.
Yeah, so it's saying in 2012 there was data published on diagnosing malnutrition, and since standard U.S. death certificates allow up to 4 lines for cause of deaths, we just started listing malnutrition as like a contributing cause of death post 2012. It does not actually, it does not like represent people like literally starving to death. It's just like a contributing cause of death for a lot of old people with like other underlying conditions. With the widespread use of electronic health records, listed underlying conditions such as malnutrition may also be making it to death certificates. Like these are the things. It's mostly,
so this says
most
here,
of the increase has also been in people 85 and older.
Wait, hold on. So yeah, this is saying that malnutrition is a contributing factor. So it may not be the only thing, but it's definitely saying that it's a contributing factor. When you talk about it says malnutrition is being related to inflammation in both acute and chronic disease, and food insecurity has expanded. Many professionals, including forensic pathologists, I'm sorry?
It says our understanding of malnutrition and food insecurity has expanded.
Okay. So it's saying here that, even standard U.S. death certificate allows up to 4 lines for a cause of death that lists the subsequent of conditions leading to death. So this doesn't dispute that like malnutrition is an actual factor. This actually just says that in certain situations, they're giving the ability to list malnutrition as one of the factors leading to death. So that doesn't
which is
dispute
different than people
the
starving to death, right?
well, no, hold on. That doesn't dispute the actual fact. That doesn't dispute the fact that malnutrition is leading to people dying, because if you're malnourished and you are older and you have other chronic illnesses, then the fact that you're malnourished is going to exacerbate the additional conditions that you're facing, versus if you were not malnourished, then that wouldn't be like a catalyst for you dying. So
okay,
what are we doing?
First of all, this big increase in malnutrition deaths or whatever is just a result of us changing how we record it on death certificates. You're correct in that obviously being malnourished can be a contributing factor, right? But it doesn't mean it, but like people 85 and older with other chronic conditions being malnourished is not indicative of a lot of them not being able to afford food. It's indicative of like their body overall like shutting down. No.
You're just wrong.
Oh, okay.
You're literally just wrong. This isn't even what your source says. Your source literally says is that it gives the ability for doctors to list more than one thing. And when having the ability to list more than one thing, they can actually talk about the multiple factors, up to 4, that cause death. Right? It's not sitting here saying that, oh, well, it's just this that occurred because of this or whatever. That's not. It literally does not say that.
Okay, so beforehand, before this change, someone with dementia who basically forgot how to eat properly, forgot how to swallow when they died.
You're giving me a hypothetical. Please don't give me a hypothetical. Give me something that directly proves that that's what it's saying, because this doesn't say that.
What do you think okay. So my contention is this source supports the notion that people are not like literally unable to afford food and starving. Mm-hmm. There are most of the people who have died of malnutrition, quote unquote, are just people who malnutrition was like a secondary condition or just a contributing factor, not because they couldn't afford food, but just due overall to their health condition.
Okay, so where are you getting that it's just a secondary? Because again, even the source that you gave me, for example, even the source that you gave me doesn't say that. Even the source that you said doesn't state that.
I don't think it directly states that, but I think it clearly supports that belief. I can get you another source that probably directly states that.
Yeah, I mean, because you're making a claim that it's like, oh, people with Alzheimer's are forgetting to actually eat, and that's why they're dying.
I'm giving you an example of someone who previously would have been classified as just dying of natural causes or dementia, but now is going to have malnutrition as a factor there, even though it's not representative of them not being able to afford food, which was your claim. It's just indicative of now being able to include other factors on their death certificate.
And I'm telling you that source that you gave me doesn't say what you're saying. It says that yes.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. Did you see how I sat here quietly and let you finish your sentence? I'm saying that yes, it speaks to the fact that there was a spike since the ability to expand what's listed, and it talked about the other contributing factors that are connected with malnutrition that people are dying from. But it doesn't say that malnutrition is something that's caused by the other things. It literally it says that you can identify these things. So you just sitting here, I'm not saying that, oh, there's not any cases of what you're saying being accurate, but what I am saying is that you trying to assert that it's all indicative of what you're saying. I think that's false, and I would love for you to actually source that.
Do you think the majority of it represents people literally not being able to afford food?
I would just like for you to actually source what you're saying as far as this being, I would just like for you to source what you made a statement saying that it's other things, and then the other things cause malnutrition. I just want you to prove that.
I'm asking your opinion. Do you think
you can have my opinion after you actually prove what you just said?
I can't get your opinion beforehand?
Nope. I would like for your source proving what you said.
Okay. So I think I'm making a claim. I think I provided evidence for that claim. Now I can go digging through some more sources to find something that exactly says that the majority of the increase.
You didn't give evidence for your claim. You didn't. Because your claim was literally that the only reason that we've seen this increase in people dying from malnutrition is because they changed the way that it could be categorized. And that's not true. Like literally, they expanded the actual options for you to list things up to 4 items. And so now you're saying, well, since they expanded it, then it's going to be something that's subsequent of another factor. Like you're literally saying that there's other things causing people to become now malnourished, and then they're listing on the actual cause of death that it's because they're malnourished.
So my claim, to be clear, is that it's not indicative of some sudden increase in people literally starving to death post 2012 because they can't afford food. It's mostly the result of how we changed our classifications for people who are who die, and us being able to, write like up to 4 causes. And I think I clearly provided evidence for that claim. If you want to say it's not sufficient, sufficient to. You didn't. If you want to say that the evidence I provided is not sufficient to know definitively,
you literally didn't. Clearly, just because you actually give a source that says that there are more things that can be listed now within the actual death certificate does not say that this is the reason why there's been more malnutrition deaths.
Okay, so I think clearly when I say evidence, clearly it is something that increases the probability of it being the case that it is a big contributing factor, right? Clearly, that the fact that they did change the standards for the death certificates and how often they can list malnutrition as a contributing factor or whatever, that clearly is evidence of my claim. If you want to say it's not sufficient evidence to say that this is definitively the case, that most of the increase is not due to people starving to death, it's due to the factors I'm talking about, you can say that, but I think clearly it is evidence of my claim. And it seems to have been evidence that you weren't aware of before.
It's literally not, but fine. Address this directly, like super directly. I need you to pay attention to what I'm saying. This study provides a comprehensive analysis of malnutrition related to mortality trends in older adults in the United States from 1999 to 2023. The alarming resurgence in malnutrition-related death, particularly after 2013, underscores the critical need for targeted public health interventions. Significant disparities were noted with higher rises in mortality amongst the white male and the age group of 65 to 74 and 85 plus. To address these challenges, structured interventions such as comprehensive gastrolic assessments, the CGA, have shown promise in reducing malnutrition risks and providing health outcome. By implementing gender sensitive and culturally appropriate nutritional screenings and management strategies, healthcare systems can better meet the needs of this valuable population. Furthermore, addressing the social determinants of health, such as social isolation, economic insecurities, and the inadequate access to healthcare is crucial to the mitigation of malnutrition amongst older adults. Enhance public health policies and regional efforts to increase or to recognize and manage malnutrition as a serious health problem, ensuring that older adults receive the support and care they need for healthy and dignified lives. The finding of the study serves as a call to action for healthcare providers, policymakers, and community leaders to prioritize malnutrition prevention and intervention for older adults, immediately aiming to improve their quality of life and reducing the mortality burden associated with malnutrition.
Okay, what part of that do you want me to?
I want you to address the whole thing. This literally says that there are multiple factors that has caused the alarming increase, specifically in one demographic, but all across the board. And there's multiple factors that need to be addressed, including CGIs, which are the comprehensive screenings. We need to address the actual social isolation issues that occur, the economic insecurities, and then the inadequate access to healthcare. All of these things are factors. All of these things are factors that are driving up the actual malnutrition deaths. And this doesn't say anything about like, oh, they change how you can list it. And so if we just stop listing it like that, then it would drop.
The evidence I've seen is that it's not a resurgence, as the authors characterize it. It's been
what's the evidence that you've seen?
For example, I think I cited where the deaths, the malnutrition death spike right after we changed the standards with regards to death certificates. Seems like that's decent evidence.
What's the evidence that you've seen that what's the evidence that you've seen that contradicts the actual study that was completed by NIH? I'm sorry, that contradicts the National Library of Medicine.
Contradicts them on what specifically?
On this study.
On it being a resurgence?
Yeah, sure. A resurgence, and also the fact that it's directly attributed to the paperwork. Because your whole premise is that, oh, there's not a real problem. It's just the issue with paperwork.
Yeah. So the evidence, some of that evidence I cited earlier, I think it's evidence of the death certificates being the main mechanism or the main reason why U.S. malnutrition does have like. So that's where my disagreements with it. I would say there I would not characterize it as a resurgence. And then I think there's just other evidence on like the effects of like income and wealth inequality that don't support their notion of the need to address whatever economic inequities. And yeah, most of the empirical evidence I think is just against them on that.
Okay, so just FYI, right? This actual source that you gave is based off of what?
I don't know what you mean by that. Based off of what?
The source that you gave, right? Why are malnutrition deaths soaring in America? What is this based off of?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Based on the Center of Disease and Control Prevention, CDC database of death certificates, a fascinating Washington Post article by Andrews Van Dam titled "Why Are Malnutrition Deaths Soaring in America?" reported in a six-fold increase in the United States, especially amongst 85 years and older. While it accounts for fewer than 1 in 100 deaths, the number is rising so quickly that now it matches deaths from arthritis disease, mental disorders, and assault. Clinical nutrition professionals are likely familiar with the rise in the malnutrition diagnosis being around 2010, as research documenting impact expands the guidance of the nutrition assessment and diagnosis of clinical settings were published. However, Mr. Van Dam analysis of the rise of malnutrition as a cause of death is new information for the field. Analyzing the CDC data, he found that Americans 85 years or older die from malnutrition at about 60 times the rate of the rest of the population.
Okay, so isn't that in and of itself evidence of not people like literally starving to death? Why would it be the case that only 85+-year-olds would it be able to?
I think you're missing what I'm saying here. Your actual source, right, that you're citing to be the way that they're categorizing it is literally a columnist for the Washington Post that's saying that he disagrees with the way that this is being categorized. And if you click on the actual article, he's talking about like what we're seeing in the different age groups. He's talking about like the actual what's happening within the agriculture department. But he's also saying at the very end,
he's also saying, quote, it doesn't look like our mental image of malnutrition.
He's also saying at the end, but before we declare this a closed case, we need to step back and put the numbers in context. Food insecurity amongst older Americans have risen 5% from 2011 to 2023. That's not a good number. Or one, you can just wave it off. But at the same time, it can't be explained. It can't be explained a 746% increase in malnutrition deaths over that period. And then in parentheses, it says,
yes.
And then in parentheses, it says, and yes, we adjusted for the aging population. So we call the American Society of Parental and Internal Nutrition, known as ASPEN, for more descriptive and national intrusive nutrition and feeding tube experts. And there's been a sudden surge of malnutrition in older Americans, ASPEN's noted. So again, like the whole point of what this guy is saying in his article is not saying that, oh, it's actually related to, you know, people just changing the way that they're actually categorizing it. He's saying that he thinks there's more context to the data that's being listed. So
I don't
your
understand.
source
Okay.
doesn't say that it's related to, I'm going to finish my sentence. Your source doesn't say that it's related to clerical errors.
It's not clerical errors. It's just a change in how we categorize stuff. But when he says food insecurity among older Americans has risen 5% from 2011 to 2023, that's not a good number or one you can just wave off. But at the same time, it doesn't explain a 740% increase in malnutrition deaths over that period. He's saying that, yes, food insecurity has gone up, but food insecurity is not the thing driving this big increase, right? That is what he's saying.
No, that's not what he said.
He's saying
he literally didn't say that. He said no. He didn't say that. He said that there has to be more context. He didn't say that wasn't the thing. He said there has to be more context. Like literally, I just read it out.
Food insecurity doesn't explain it. He's saying that he's saying that food insecurity actually does explain it. What do you mean? What?
We'll go back and I'll read it again.
Food insecurity among older Americans has risen 5%.
I'll go back and read it again. Let me get back to where it was.
When he says it can't explain, he's referring to food insecurity.
Before we declare that this is a closed case, we stepped back and put the numbers in context. Food insecurity amongst Americans has risen 5% from 2011 to 2023. That's not a good number. Or one you can just wave off. But at the same time, it can't explain a 746% increase in malnutrition deaths over that period. So he's saying that, yes, there has been an increase, but he's saying that he doesn't think that it actually explains what occurred. So this is the reason why he's saying that he reached out to Aspen and they started looking for additional context. So you sitting here pretending as if it's not that one, this doesn't say that. Two, you're still hanging on to the pretext that this is directly related to the change in like how they list things on death certificates. Where does it say that in this article? Okay, where does it say that?
When he says he reached out to Aspen and it says if
can you answer my question?
I am answering it.
You're not. Where does it say in this article? Where does it say? Where does it say in this article?
Aspen would have noticed.
Where does it say in this article that the increase is directly related to the way that they started to change how they list things on the birth certificate?
Okay, where it says malnutrition has always been there. We're just better at identifying and documenting it than we have in the past.
What part of the actual article are you looking at? Where?
So like 2 or like 1 full paragraph below the thing you were just reading. When it says he reaches out to Aspen, it says, if there'd been a sudden surge in malnutrition among older Americans, Aspen would have noticed. Peter Gunter led clinical practice, quality, and advocacy at Aspen for 2 decades. Her best guess is simple. Malnutrition has always been there. We're just better at identifying it and documenting it than we have in the past. And it says,
wait. Read that again. Wait. No. Don't skim past that. Wait. Stop. Read what you just said again, because I wasn't there. I was trying to get back. Read that again. Read that whole part again.
Her best guess is simple. Malnutrition has always been there. We're just better at identifying it and documenting it than we ever have been in the past. That's her saying that it's a change of documentation.
Wait, your entire premise is that it wasn't really a thing. It's just they changed how they document it.
It's not explained. Oh my God. It's not explained by people.
Wait. You said that it was just the fact that now they could classify it that way. But what you just read off says that it's always been there, but now they can better document it. Not negating, hold on. Not negating that the thing has actually been happening, but highlighting the fact that the thing has been underreported.
Okay, your contention was that this represents people starving to death, right? Like literally can't afford food, starving to death.
Mm-hmm.
So when the author says food insecurity among older Americans has risen 5%, that's not a good number or one you can just wave off, but at the same time, it can't explain a 740% increase in malnutrition deaths over that period. What does the word "it" mean?
It means it's referring to the actual increase in deaths.
No, it's referring to food insecurity.
Yeah, food insecurity, sure. I'm confused as far as what point you think you're trying to make.
Food insecurity can't explain a 746% increase in malnutrition deaths over that period. Isn't that my point?
Yeah, sure. Your point was that they changed how they actually could categorize it. And since they changed how they could categorize it, that's the only reason that we see the spike. But it's not saying that. It literally just said that the actual change allowed people to properly identify it. But again, this isn't even a study. This is just someone critiquing the study that was completed by the CDC. What was the conclusion of this article?
I don't know what the conclusion of this article is, but
wait, you don't know what the conclusion of the article that you gave as a source. You don't know what the conclusion was.
Not off the top of my head. What is it?
Go to the bottom.
There's a bunch of quotes.
What is just read the bottom. How about this? How about this? Start at the paragraph that said, and that's our best guess. A better understanding of malnutrition means that it appeared on more medical charts, and from there, it occasionally makes its way into the death certificate, perhaps helped by a hired physician. Start from there and then just keep reading.
Oh, this is not like the bottom, but okay. But does that mean rising malnutrition deaths are a mirage? We didn't really expect Kurt Sofa to answer that question. The fine folks at the National Funeral Directories Association put us in touch with Sophie, the director of Jenkins Funeral Homes in Salt Lake City. To answer a question about death certificates from Utah, the state with the highest rise in malnutrition deaths. But when he logged on Zoom, he saw she was on her phone. He was in the driver's seat of his vehicle, parked outside the retirement facility where he just dropped off his wife. Her 93-year-old father had just entered hospice. He said he'd been diagnosed. He's seen diagnoses like malnutrition on more and more death certificates, but all the time he spent with grieving family still didn't prepare him for reality. He was a robust, healthy man just a few months ago, and he's basically 120 pounds and nothing now. His father-in-law suffered a stroke. Doctors removed a blockage. But away from his beloved home in the even more beloved yard, he lost a desire to eat, which is my point.
Can you finish reading?
He told them everything tasted like sand. Wait, just to be clear.
No. Don't wait. No. Don't wait. Keep reading. After you finish this, then we can talk about it. Go.
He told them everything tasted like sand. We tried to boost protein drinks. We tried protein bars. We tried steak and potatoes. Wow, it seems like they can afford a lot of food. It reminded us of something we heard from Newport, the palliative care physician. One of the main ways we take care of people we love is to feed them, right? And it is so very distressing for caregivers to look towards their loved ones and see that they don't want to eat. We have to understand that in some situations, it's not something we can fix. We watched Sophie struggle with that conflict in real time. You can watch his mental changes, his physical change, his capacity to communicate change, and then just watch him decline by the millimeter. Sophie said, his voice heartbreaking. I've been a funeral service all my life and have been a caregiver all my life, born and raised in a building, and I found myself absent of words because I didn't know what even to say to my own father-in-law, who I knew was dying. There really isn't anything other to say than I love you and thank you. Sophie's father-in-law died about 12 hours later. Okay, you can see that.
Perfect. So now the question I have for you is why did this actual article, instead of giving an empirical conclusion on whether or not there's an actual increase of malnutrition and people dying, why did this article end on an anecdotal experience, a story from one person?
Because it's a Washington Post article, and it's not like meant to be that formal of a thing or whatever. And people.
But you cited this as a source to actually discredit the CDC study that I gave.
Even the antidote supports my point.
No, why should we give a fuck about an antidote and your point when it doesn't critique the CDC study? Like literally, you use an actual opinion piece. You use an opinion piece to actually critique the study that was completed on malnutrition. That's why they didn't give any type of empirical data at the end. That's why they didn't give any type of final conclusion, because this was not about giving empirical data. This was literally about someone saying, well, I disagree. Like that's literally what this was about. Your source to disprove the actual study that I gave was an opinion piece that ended with someone telling about their personal experience to say, I disagree.
First of all, they do cite empirical evidence earlier in the article, right? There is like actual data presented in the article. Second of all, obviously things can give you an understanding of stuff without mentioning a specific study or anything by name.
So why didn't they end the actual article on like empirical data proving that this is not an issue?
Because it's a Washington Post article. Okay, it's not even in the opinion section.
But
it's
like
I
hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but the actual information that I gave. The actual information that I gave, that came from, like, again, it's on the National Library of Medicine, gave definitive statements at the end about what's causing this and how we address the actual issue, along with empirical data. So again, you giving an article that actually criticizes the information because they don't believe it is not criticizing and proving that the actual study that was completed from 1999 to 2023 is invalid in any way. What up, Jeff?
Do you think I have to mention it by name in order for it to give you an understanding?
I said, what up, Jeff?
Yes, because you would expect that, right? Like, let's just get clear. I'll just stipulate that a person, you know what? I'll be generous. 5 people unalived from malnutrition due to being in hospice. Like what? That's the, like, you're asking, or you're actually confused why the question would rest on why they cited an anecdote, and you're saying that helps your case? Do you think I would find it
just an anecdote? They also cite data that shows that people over 85 years of age are 60 times more likely than any other group.
Stop talking. Don't get excited. There's no need to get so riled up. So don't interrupt again. Okay. You said that the anecdote helps your case. I take that to mean that you think it's probability raising that if a person unalived from malnutrition in hospice, that raises the probability that the study that was cited is inadequate. I hope that's not what you're saying.
In the technical sense, I think it does. The antidote is probability raising for my belief, but
Okay,
I
really
don't think.
quickly,
But
do you think? What do you think probability raising means?
as in like increases the probability of it being true. Like,
Do you think that if you went to anyone, let's just be honest for a second. If you went to any of the people that did the study on malnutrition and you asked them, do you think a person in any given year has unalived from malnutrition while in hospice, while having access to adequate food? What do you think they would say?
I would think they would agree that that's the case. I don't know what you mean.
So so it's not probability raising. They would factor that in as like one person
But obviously, okay.
Okay, so we'll take that one person.
Wait.
So really
if it
quickly,
wasn't, if no one in hospice care died because despite having like adequate access to food, right? Like that'd be evidence of them being correct, right? So
yeah,
the fact
but
that
that's not what we're. Listen, hold on.
Is evidence of it not being correct.
No, it's not. Look, counter. Like
yes,
that's
it
not,
is.
That's not how counterfactuals work. Number one. Number two.
Okay.
In a case where one person unaliving from hospice is consistent with people unaliving also from not having adequate access to food, it's a 50-50 proposition. If you add that one datum, one person, anecdote, this is why we don't do anecdotes in this kind of context. That one person is consistent with their hypothesis, correct?
It is consistent with their hypothesis.
Okay, so then
right?
you agree.
I never said one person.
Wait.
I never said one person is
hey,
sufficient.
Stop. I don't want a timeshare sales pitch. That means it's a 50-50 proposition, so it's not probability raising. Let's go to the next data point.
Wait. Just to be clear. The reason, so he told me to read the conclusion of the article. I did. The conclusion of the article supports my point. Okay?
Let's just do it.
That's
Hold
what
on.
I was saying.
Let's just do a parody.
FYI, the conclusion of the article doesn't prove your point because it gives an anecdotal experience from one person and how things actually occurred for them. You saying that, oh, it seems like they can afford a lot of different types of food by like this one family stating that they tried different food for their actual loved one that was having issues with eating. Like that does not mean that it's indicative of everything that's happening. It's literally just a one-off experience. I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
Wait, okay. So
really,
I'm gonna claim.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Wait, 1 second. I'm going to give you a parody scenario. If I was to make the claim that due to the rise in shark migration off the Pacific coast, right, there's an increase of people unaliving in the water due to shark attacks, right? And then you gave me one case where somebody off the coast of, say, San Francisco drowned because they didn't know how to swim. You're saying that would be probability raising for the fact that my assertion that a rise in shark attacks increased unalivings is wrong? Is that what you're saying?
I think in a very autistic sense, it would technically be probability raising because, like, think about it. Like, if it wasn't the case that there were anyone dying from not knowing how to swim, like that would raise the probability of you being correct, right? But the fact that there is at least one case of someone.
Listen, okay. If nobody drowned at all, it wouldn't raise the probability of me being correct or incorrect.
I'm saying from your or from the alternative explanation, right? I'm saying if nobody had drowned because they didn't know how to swim.
That doesn't follow. And the reason is because in the same way that if I saw an unidentified flying object, right, in the sky, and I said it's a UFO, and I came to you and said, what's your alternate explanation? And I said, it's aliens. And I said, what's your alternate explanation? And you looked and you were like, well, there were no flights last night. That doesn't raise the probability that it's aliens.
Yes, it does. I mean,
yes, it does.
Rolls out like.
Wait.
I think trivially it raised.
I just want to get clear.
Not very much. I just want to get clear.
I just want to get clear that you think that the fact that somebody didn't come up, let's say you didn't even have an alternate explanation. You didn't even know airplanes existed.
Wait, if there were flights, were flights, would it be evidence that it wasn't aliens? Because I think it would be, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Look, this is why we don't do anecdotes in this type of scenario. So now,
but I don't even need to rely on anecdotes. He told me to read told me to read the anecdote. I never presented. There's also data that says people 85 years and older are 60 times more likely than any other group to die of malnutrition.
He lacks impulse control, Jeff.
Let's go to the next data point. We're going one step at a time.
We can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Let's go to the next data point. None. You said that people or elderly people unalive at 60 times the rate of the rest of the population. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what inference are you drawing from there to the methodology of this study?
Yeah, that food insecurity and people not and being able to afford food is unlikely to be the main driver of that, because it's unlikely to be the case that 85 years and older are just like 60 times more likely to not be able to afford food. It's more likely to be the case that they're a lot more likely.
Sounds like you're just restating the claim. Do you know what an inference would be?
So I don't know if I could give you the technical definition of the word inference, but I'm inferring that it would just be a line of reasoning. So from the fact that elderly people unalive at 60 times the rate of the normal of the rest of the population, right? Mm-hmm.
You are using that, right, to say that it's unlikely that the cause, like there's a cause inference in that sentence.
Yeah, it's unlikely the primary cause of that is that people 85 years and older are just.
Let's just do this simple. What's the argument that from the sentence, people who are elderly unalive at a higher rate, let's make it 1,000 times higher than the rest of the population. You get what's the argument that you can infer any cause from that sentence?
Well, because you agree that it's more likely that something else is affecting 85-year-olds than just the fact that 85-year-olds would somehow be like uniquely susceptible to not being able to afford food compared to
from that sentence. No, I don't agree. I'm looking for the argument.
There's also like background information I have, obviously, like
I just want to know.
I agree without some background information on the human species.
FYI, Jeff, he makes a lot of assertions based off of other shit that he like disagrees with from other places, not necessarily the shit that you actually present. He often will like cite random things that he disagrees with that you never brought up, and so like that's what he's doing.
So Nan, I'm going to tell you something. I want you to present your best possible case in this conversation. By the way, Santana, the audiobook is done and up, but I want you to present your best case. When you ramble on like that, when there's a point of clarity to be made, the rest of the audience thinks used car salesman. Most of the people in this audience have been to a used car lot, and they've heard a guy with a smarmy smile go up to them and tell them that a little old lady drove this every Sunday. That's what you sound like. So I want you to stop going so fast and start going one step at a time. So far, we have one piece of datum, which one data point, which is, and you said it really eloquently, elderly people unalive, they die at a 60 times higher rate than the rest of the population. From that data point, you're thinking that you can draw an inference to a cause. I'm pretty sure that's false. Like I'm almost certain that's false. And now I'm asking you for the inference. Now, if you have an additional data point that you want to add that we can inspect and look at as true to add to the argument, let's go one data point at a time. What is the next data point that you want to add?
Okay, so I'm thinking fast right now, okay, because I got like 2 minutes before I got to leave to go to work. But I'm happy to keep talking with you, Jeff, or Santana
data point
another time. So I think first of all, if you just have some background information on the human species and things like that, you can infer that it is the case that it's more likely people over 85 are going to be susceptible to malnutrition for other reasons than income level, right?
Okay.
I think.
So that fact, I will stipulate, as I did at the beginning, that people die for many, many different reasons when they're elderly. That doesn't tell you anything about this study. Like, this is why it's not probability raising, because anybody would stipulate that older people die at a higher rate. That's just unfortunately what it means to get old. Like, eventually you have a higher probability of dying. So that doesn't tell you anything about the rate. Just the fact that somebody could die from a disease doesn't mean that they're dying at a certain rate at all.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're saying that last part did not compute.
Do you think anybody died last year after falling out of a window?
Yes.
Okay, so you've stipulated that. Okay. Do you think anybody died last year after getting hit by a car?
Yeah.
All right. Without looking at any additional data, now that you know that by your lights, those two things occur, which happened more?
I mean, so if you're saying based off these two data, you can't determine which happened more. Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay, so your background information is now useless to me because yes, people die of a whole bunch of different causes.
But I do have background information that would lead me to suggest that probably more people died being hit by cars. I would guess that's the case.
Okay, great, because there is rate information there. So look, I don't know why you're confused, and it seems like you don't want to provide the data. You know what I'm asking you when I ask for relevant data that shows that this information is incorrect. Look, let's get the easy one. What is your argument that a 5% increase in malnutrition won't lead to a 700% increase in malnutrition deaths?
Yeah, it seems like the relevant experts don't think it would. It seems like just...
Which relevant... Look, I don't think a journalist is a relevant expert.
Okay.
That's something I've been trying to highlight this whole time.
I would think the relevant experts are the people you're disagreeing with right now, but that's okay. And just so you know, I don't agree with relevant experts just on their bald assertions without an argument. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
I just want to ask him something about the quote unquote relevant expert. Does this relevant expert say that malnutrition deaths aren't soaring in the United States?
Nope. I've said that as well.
Oh my God. No, wait, just to be clear, I'm asking Santana's contention was that this represents people literally not being able to afford food. That was Santana's contention.
That is a correct assertion, but I just want to ask you the question. Does this relevant expert that you say that there is not a soaring of deaths for malnutrition in the United States?
Well, no, he doesn't disagree that just the data shows that, right? But we're talking about explanations for why it does.
Okay, excellent. I just want to ask a second question, and it's a super easy question. Are malnutrition deaths a form of starvation?
Okay, this seems very silly.
Are malnutrition deaths a form of starvation? It's a very simple question.
I don't think in what people understand starvation to be that most malnutrition deaths in the US would fall into. You don't think that in what people understand of what starvation to be, but are they though? The common understanding of starvation, I think.
I don't care about the common understanding. I want to know if it is or if it isn't.
I don't think it's
Sean, he's going to keep dancing.
Okay, so you don't think that it is. Okay, excellent. So this is super easy. You don't think it is. That's all you have to say. You just have to say no. I want everyone to go look up if malnutrition deaths are a form of starvation. I just want everyone to look that up. And the first source that you'll get is the CDC, and it should say that malnutrition deaths are a form of starvation. They're just not identified as the same thing, meaning that they are the same thing. They're just called something different. Like it's the difference between biological death and clinical death. Like they're both death.
I think there's just an equivocation there between the common understanding of starvation and...
Wait, so the CDC the CDC, the people who can determine whether or not a person has died due to a specific thing, is doing an equivocation on how they classify a death.
Well, Sean, I'm going to push back on what you said because the first thing I got was the World Health Organization. Now, it says the same shit that you're saying, but it wasn't the CDC. So, like, I'm going to take that as a win for me because
that's a fair enough. I got owned by Santana.
Real quick, I just want
Sean W. Santana in the chat.
I just want to underscore this point. Hey, Nan, if there's a 5% increase in food insecurity, what does that mean?
I mean, so I think that means that like 5% or more people than last year or than whatever time you're comparing to reported that they, I forget the exact definition, but struggle to afford food on a regular basis or whatever the definition is.
Does it indicate types of food?
I don't believe so.
Okay, awesome.
I think it's just based on survey data.
Do you think that the type of food you eat contributes to your health? He's going to get it real soon, guys. Okay, cool. So do you think if there are people, if there's a 5% increase in food insecurity, does that also represent a potential slide down in the types of nutrition other people can afford? Like say somebody used to eat healthy meals with proteins and grains and now they have to resort to eating fast food. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, but I think the empirical evidence on that is just really poor.
I'm just going to ask if that counts as food insecurity.
If what counts as food insecurity, sorry.
If somebody was eating healthy proteins and grains, and then because of a lack of income or a change in the price of goods, they had to now eat fast food, are they food insecure?
My understanding of the word food insecure is that wouldn't fall into the definition, but maybe.
Okay, so that person wouldn't fall into the 5%.
Well, not the 5% increase, but.
Okay, great. So to your lights, right? Older people would be more susceptible to having poor health outcomes due to change in nutrition of any kind, right?
Okay, listen,
that's a yes or a no.
We can
we're at the end of
I think it's vastly more likely that 85-year-olds are like.
He found it. He got to the conclusion, and now he wants to run. Just a yes or no.
I think it's vastly more likely that it's
just a yes or. You're just gonna look.
Even by that standard, I don't think that supports Santana's.
He's been bad faith he's been bad faith this entire time. Like he's so fucking disingenuous because he won't actually answer questions directly. He wants to run around and obfuscate. He wants to pretend that something that's being said isn't being said. Hey, can you answer Jeff's question directly, Jeff? Maybe he didn't hear you. One more time. It's a yes or no. What's the question, Jeff?
By your lights, given that you said older people, to your admission, die at a much higher rate than the rest of the population, then it would follow that older people are more susceptible to things like lowering in nutrition value and would have poorer health outcomes because of it. Yes?
Yes, I think it's vastly more likely that it's primarily the result of the change in classifications and it is a fundamental underlying thing.
Here's what we'll do.
There's evidence for that. There's evidence for that in the evidence.
Shut the fuck up. Here's what we'll do. The next time you and I speak,
a lot of empirical evidence.
That's good. That's good. You haven't presented any. So the next time,
I know he's just like you running to yell as much random shit as you can doesn't like you. What the fuck do you think that's doing? What do you think that's doing? Like you trying to spam random shit that does nothing.
Nan, do you notice how when I'm asking a question, I'm not like spamming every letter at you to try to jam the question through? That's your problem, right? The next time, if you and I speak again, I'm going to inspect your evidence and I'm not going to have you like spam it like like you're leaning on the keyboard to try to get as many characters in as possible.
And Jeff, to be clear, he never provided any evidence. Like the only thing that he brought up were counterpoints to the things that I've been speaking about and the actual studies that I've been like citing. And the only like real thing that he brought was the actual information from why are malnutrition deaths soaring in America, which then links back to the Washington Post article. He never gave any type of evidence. He Again, the entire time he just said, well, I'm just going to assume that your source says this based off of other things that I've read in other sources.
Oh, no. You see the chat? Don't do it. Don't do it until you produce the video.
Oh, my God.
Don't do it until you produce the video. You're wearing that hat. Do not defile that hat, Santana.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
If you didn't see it, I'm not going to. Why y'all doing that? Don't show him.
Wait, what did I miss?
In the chat here?
Yeah, did I miss something?
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
You ain't missed nothing.
Now Sean clearing out the chat.
You ain't missed a damn thing.
Wait, what happened?
Sean, you got to turn it back on because he's going to see it when the chat comes back on. You got to turn it back on.
I mean, I can see it right now.
Could chat it away.
Like, yeah, Rob said, hey, to be fair, he gave a Substack. He did give a Substack, and like the Substack wasn't a fucking source. I'm confused as far as what I'm missing though.
The fact that you don't see it makes me happy. But on an unrelated, having nothing to do with the chat note.
Yeah, they're spamming audiobook, but am I missing something?
What I'm saying is don't do the dance.
Oh, I don't know what dance you're talking about.
Exactly. Management must be here.
Yo, these half frames are crazy. All right, wow.
Management's not here. I'm gonna have to get management's contact information so I can snitch when this stuff happens.
She's currently working. She's a working woman.
I'm gonna need you to send Tiff her contact information ASAP so that she could snitch.
What? No, fuck that. I got enough people.
So she could be like,
and then
hey.
she just sent a message in Discord said that she's here. So like she's always watching anyway.
But yeah, it is true. After a weekend under armed guard, with an armed guard outside of the studio, the audiobook is completed. So is
that's fucking crazy that you got it completed in a weekend.
Well,
when I told y'all that Jeff,
I would say what I told Sean, but I'm not gonna say that part. I was motivated.
Hold on a second. Simple text. I know that you're muted in the comments. I don't remember what you were muted for. Did you come up to debate?
No, that's fine. I was, yeah. Well, both, right? No, I'm here to talk. I basically agree with non-fawn, and I was muted for like standing him, I guess, which is fine to chat.
So what you're saying is you want to pick up and push forward with the point that he was making?
More or less. I hope. Well, for one, I hope if we could like have a linear thing where like everyone gets to finish, and maybe proportional speaking time.
Sean, Jeff, you guys want to talk to him?
Finish.
That's also not what linear means.
It's not. But everyone will get to finish. Rest assured, I make sure everyone finishes with me.
Okay, I'm gonna say a couple of thank yous, and then I'll give you the floor to make whatever point is you think you are going to make.
Yeah, go ahead.
W's in the chat for Aiden for the $4.20 to say the goat. I appreciate you. I don't know about all that, but I appreciate the love. W's in the chat for Phil for the $2 donation. Sent you an article. Seems like since 2020, the real medium wage are barely keeping up with inflation. Also, that Fred chart shows the increase in wages. And it's not a comparison. That's what I was calling out the whole time. He won't prove his point without a secondary line showing inflation of costs. That's what I kept saying. He just kept fucking ignoring it. W's in chat for Patricia for the $5 donation. I watched your Jubilee and it was awesome. I just wish you were able to finish the medical reasoning before you were voted out. That guy knew nothing, and I hope he watches it and realizes he was cooked. You're awesome. No, you're awesome. Yeah, like for everybody is like hyping the shit with Tatum, with Brandon Tatum. He literally doesn't know shit. That was not an impressive feat. He didn't know shit. That was anybody could have done it. So there's that. That was in the chat for Manders for the $1 donation. Yep, the fucking wall for him, because if we're like, the point of contention that he would not agree on is that people dying from malnutrition or lack of access to food when we're not in a food shortage in the country, like that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. I'm gonna mute this crybaby ass person in the comments, and I'm gonna send you a request. Get up here and talk about it. Fuck you crying in the comment sections. Get up here. That was in the chat for cousin Jesse for the $5 donation, saying saw you're surrounded with Brandon Tatum. I'm not gonna call him officer. The ass whooping y'all gave that man was simply sensational. He didn't understand policy, data, statistics, empirical studies, but he could argue feelings and vibes all day. He could. His retort was always, well, I was a cop. W's in the chat for Bernie for the $5 super chat to say, look up the NBA legends explain why Larry Bird is actually the GOAT and get back to me. Okay, I mean, I'll check that out. I disagree with that on his face, but cool. W's in chat for all the donos. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. All right, simple text, floor is yours.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Also, I want to start with a point of agreement. I don't think I've ever heard the Tatum guy make like a smart, I'd say anything smart ever. So, yeah, I didn't know you debated him. I'll watch that. But okay. So we can start, I guess. Let's start from the beginning, like the income thing. So we all agree, like different words take on different meanings in different subjects, right? Like rational in mathematics means very different things than in economics or something. And so real in economics, that's just a term you use to denote that something is adjusted for inflation. There's nominal, which means it's not, and there's real, which means it is. There are different measures of inflation you could use. There's the CPI, there's the PCE, there's the implied deflator from the GDP, a bunch of ones. CPI tends to overestimate, has a lot of issues. But even if you use CPI, which is going to be like the most favorable case for people saying it's going down because it overestimates inflation, if you look at real median income, households or personal levels, in the United States, on Fred, that's what it shows. That it gets a government website directly using the reports of the agencies. You see that it's higher now than it was in 2019 when you start over 2020. So do you disagree with that? Like, what exactly is the claim?
So you're saying that the median usual weekly real earnings are higher now than they were in, what, 2019?
I was talking about income. So there's a difference between earnings and income. Earnings is just like your labor earnings, as far as I know. I don't even think it includes spending on behalf of you by your employer, like insurance and stuff. Income is a different thing. That's why it's reported differently by different reports and different frequencies. Income is what him and Santana, Non-Fun and Santana were talking about. And full disclosure, Non-Fun is a good friend of mine. Just heads up. But yeah.
We know.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm talking about, we could look at real median earnings. I know that series very well as well. But I was talking about real median income. It's just the thing you look up if you look up a real median household or personal income.
Okay, but what I don't understand what you're like. We weren't looking at Fred. Your friend brought up Fred. So can we get like what conclusion you're drawing from that?
Oh, it shows that adjusting for inflation, so accounting for the increase in the cost of goods, incomes are higher than in 2019 or 2020. He said 6 years. So that means either 2019 or 2020.
And you're saying that because of that, people are able to buy more stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a conclusion that you would draw from this.
How not?
Because it's just saying adjusting for inflation, like you're making more money adjusting for inflation, given that's not counting the money that you're spending. It's given the percent of inflation.
No, it's your income. So it's the money that you have available to spend relative to the price of goods. So, there's a basket of goods. It's measured every year. It updates, depends on the inflation metric. It updates differently. And then we divide that, we take your income in nominal terms, as that is just what like you have on your report to the IRS or whatnot. We divide it by the increase in the cost of goods, and that tells you how many of these goods you can buy with your income this year. That's what it means. It's literally, it's a basket of goods, how much you can buy of it.
And yet, that's not the conclusion drawn by most economists. So, look.
I disagree. I mean.
So most economists are saying that, in fact, people are buying more goods.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Also, I need to make it clear. They were talking about income, which is different than consumption, but consumption is half of income. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. What do you think the argument is? Like, what do you think we're discussing?
Yeah. They were disputing about if real incomes, that is, incomes adjusted for inflation, are higher than that.
No, that's just a data point that your friend brought up. I'm asking, what do you think the overall discussion is about?
Oh, the overall discussion was like something capitalism bad, something.
Okay. I don't even know, like, you know what, you asked for a linear conversation. I take that to mean one where everybody says something coherent that's contextual to the last thing said. I have no idea what you mean when you say something capitalism bad. So we're gonna flag that as incoherent.
I joined in the middle. I cannot tell you like the exact phrase, but it seems to be something about capitalism not working, being bad, or something, and that family resemblance.
Okay, what do you think capitalism not working looks like?
I don't know. Either.
What do you think
I
capitalism working looks like?
People's standard of living going up, something like that. Relative to the counterfactual as well.
Counterfactuals? Do you know what counterfactuals are?
Yep.
So what would be the counterfactuals in this case?
Like point them out specifically or define them?
Either one. Like I don't think.
Oh, defining them. Yeah, it's what the world. Defining them, it's what the world would have looked like had we didn't have capitalism.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be the standard.
Why not? I think that's what matters.
No. Listen. This is why people need to stop. Like I'm gonna start hunting and like retraining debate team coaches. The counterfactual wouldn't be not capitalism, because not capitalism isn't a coherent thing.
I think it is if you think of it like this. There are multiple concrete alternatives. I agree, not capitalism is not a concrete thing, but you can look at every concrete alternative and then look at what
every concrete alternative.
Wait. I thought we were trying to.
Wait. So no. Stop. What do you mean by every concrete alternative?
So a concrete alternative would be like a specific, like right there set of policies. For example, by like, there's like, there are many different models of non-capitalism. One of them could be like Chinese state socialism. Another one could be like market cooperatives, anarchic, whatever stuff.
So by concrete, you just mean things we.
Wait, can I please? I let you finish.
I don't look. I didn't even stipulate that I was going to let people finish. I told your friend that I don't like used car salespeople. We go one point at a time. If you're saying stuff that's unclear, I'm going to flag it and stop. You're trying to use like specific jargon that I don't think you know what it means, right? And then trying to push it through as if it's a concrete thought, and it's not. Okay? What I take a counterfactual to be is something that it can be any other possible world scenario. I don't think you have that in your possession. I don't think you have a concept of every other possible world. Now, if you're saying there is a specific comparison that you'd like to make, that wouldn't technically be a counterfactual. That would just be a comparison.
Okay. So I use it like this. Let's look at something benign every day. Maybe
let's just get the instead of quibbling over semantics, are you trying to make a comparison with another system that you're aware of?
Well, I was disputing the specific statistics they were talking about. I could jump into the broader capitalism debate, and there I would try to do that.
Okay, great.
But I would love
you and
to finish
I,
my definition. I would love. Wait, can I please?
Semantic.
Okay. I mean,
listen,
it feels disrespectful. It feels real.
I don't care if it feels disrespectful. You know what feels disrespectful? Con artists feel disrespectful. So again, I'm not going to say it again. We're going point by point. I do not care about a semantic dispute. Those are boring. That's just the meaning that you attach to a grunt that you make with your mouth.
Right.
We disagree, right? We can get into the statistical analysis of real median wages, real median income. You and I are going to disagree on the conclusion. And so are economists. But I suspect if I look at it, most of the economists are on my side on this one. The drumbeat of recession has been happening since for as far back as now I can remember in my old age. You would agree with that, right?
Man, I don't know.
You don't.
Seems
you
like
don't,
it's always
wait,
a bit.
You have no. It's not always going to be recession. Nobody was saying recession in 2016. Nobody was saying recession in 2018. They started saying it in 2019, and then in 2020 and 2021. You would agree with that, right?
Maybe I have not seen any data to that.
I didn't say data. You cited economist. Well, I asked you about
I
economists.
want to commit to a claim I have not seen any proof of.
So have you been keeping your ear on the road to listen to what economists are saying?
Studying economics. I've started following closely economics ever since 2021, 22. So I cannot tell you what discourse was like in 2016. But I would love to make a point. I would love to not only be in the defense. Can I make a point?
Listen to what I'm asking you. Listen to what I'm asking you.
Well, okay.
We were talking about economists, and I'm asking you if you've heard what economists have said, and it seems like you're saying no.
In 2016, no. I was like.
Over the past 5 years, have you heard economists consistently say
over the past 5 years, they've always debated a recession. Like you can look up like vibe session. That was like a big that was a big discourse among economists. Okay. Wait, can I ask you something?
Listen,
wait, but am I only on the defense here? Can I not ask?
We're getting clear one point right now. I don't know why you're crying. Santana, does the statement over the last 5 years, they've always done it, even make sense to you?
No.
Okay. So over the past 5 years, which is the range of time that we're discussing, you've heard recession, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, what question do you have?
Right. Do you agree that it was you who asked me for the definition of counterfactual and then a minute later said, I don't want to talk about semantics? We agree that happened?
Yes.
Isn't that like really like, not improper to do in a conversation?
No, and I'll explain why. When I'm asking you what you think a counterfactual is, I'm trying to inquire as to if you're using it how it's standardly used, or if you're using it in some idiosyncratic way. I don't care about some proprietary use of the term, because I can accept that what you mean by counterfactual is just another scenario that you want to compare it to. That's why I suggested the more accurate comparison. Do you agree that you're trying to make a comparison with some other scenario?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in what sense was I doing semantics?
In that case, because I told you how counterfactuals are typically employed when that term is used. But I don't. But again, I don't want to quibble over that. I just want to know what you mean, right? So if you say gleba and I go, well, I don't know what that term means, and then you just tell me what you mean. We don't have to go into the correctness of the term. Now I know what you mean, right? That's why semantic disputes are stupid. Because if you tell me that all you're trying to do is compare with another system, we can skip all the other bullshit and get to the comparison. So what system
may I give you an example? Yeah, I'll give you an example.
If you give me an example of a semantic dispute, I'm going to kick you.
Well, okay. I'm not giving you an example of a semantic dispute. No. So I'm demonstrating how I would use the term to make everyone fully understand.
Here's
an example.
This is going to, if you're going to tell me how you're going to use the term counterfactual after we've already established that what you mean is comparison, if you want me to use the term counterfactual as a stand-in for comparison, I'll do that. If you want me to say peanut butter, I'll do that. The actual grunt doesn't matter. The concept does. So if you're doing a comparison, let's stop talking about the grunt and get to the actual substance.
Yes, but I'm trying to say.
I'm trying to say that I want to talk about the grunt. I get it. You want to say, Ruby-doo. I'm talking about the substance.
I would really appreciate talking for more than 5 seconds. Like, it would really. I let you do that.
I've already set the boundary. If you bring up the grunt one more time, if you bring up the grunt, one more time, I'm going to get rid of you, and Santana's going to be mad at me.
But by the way, I'm ESL. What is grunt? I don't know what
the sound you're making with your mouth. When you say counterfactual, that's a grunt you're making with your mouth. It is vacant of meaning until we attach meaning in some way. But I care about the actual concept. You're talking about comparing capitalism to another system that exists or that we know of, right?
Yes.
Okay, then let's do that.
Yeah. So broadly in the United States, you could compare to pretty much any other country, rich or socialist or poor, whatever you want. And in the United States, short of Luxembourg, the median disposable household income is the highest. That seems to me an indicator that this system is the best of all others.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about that. When you talk about median disposable household income, how does that account for say home ownership rates?
What would it mean to account for home ownership rates? Like, would you divide by them? I'm not sure.
No, what it means is, if you have is it in any way correlative, or does it indicate that people have roofs over their heads?
If you told me a society has like super high disposable income, I would think more people have shelter. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Does it also account for people having food in their stomachs?
Yeah. Oh, if you mean by how do we what are the prices we adjust for? Then we.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking what prices we adjust for.
Okay. Well, there's the price of food. There's the price of shelter. When they're really rare, they're going to be really.
Do you notice, Santana, how I said I'm not talking about what prices we adjust for, and you went smooth into
trying to explain
telling me what prices we adjust for? That's not what I'm asking you.
That's not what I did.
That is what you said. Look, verbatim. Are you talking about what prices we adjust for? And I said, no, that's not what I'm talking about. And you started, well, we adjust for the price of food, the price of healthcare.
Yeah, I was demonstrating that adjustment for prices could tell you about the availability of that thing.
But that's not what I'm asking.
So it relates to what you said. It sounds like an independent.
That's also not what I'm asking.
We want to talk about yeah.
Okay. So when I'm asking about having a roof over your head, I mean the actual act of somebody looking up and seeing a ceiling and saying, I own this.
Yes.
That.
Wait. Well, you could rent. I mean, I don't see why that's illegal.
I'm gonna say what I said. Looking up at the ceiling and saying, I own this place. That's what I'm asking about.
Yeah. So, for example, in a system where you lease from the government, like Singapore or China, you would not own it, right? So
I didn't ask you about that either. I don't know. I don't know why it is.
I want to make the point.
I don't know why I say a thing and you go somewhere else.
They've been doing this entire time. I'm so confused as far as where they think they're going with the points that they're making when no one is saying the shit they want. It's confusing.
You know what? Let me do the same thing. I think in a system where you owe somebody money for what would be considered half your life, you also don't own it.
Yeah, you don't own your debt. It's an obligation to someone else.
No, you don't own your house.
Great. Oh, that's false.
Oh, wait, time out. So you're saying that when you have a mortgage, because they gave you a deed, even though your mortgage is the security on the debt, you own that. But if you go to the other place where you do have a deed and you have some leasing requirement, there you don't own it. Yeah. What's the symmetry breaker?
It's like renting from the government. But when you get a mortgage from a bank, the bank doesn't own your home.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop you here because hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and stop you.
Why
here
am I getting interrupted?
Because you can't say rented and owned in the same sentence. Like you can't be giving the definition of owned and say rented, because rented is specifically not owned. So you have to say something else.
I don't. I wasn't defining ownership. I wasn't defining ownership.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if I was to say, and I didn't even want to go to China, but if I was to say that people looking at China designate a home ownership rate in China of X, you disagree with their assessment?
No, I'm saying it's measured differently.
I'm just going to ask the question again. I didn't ask about if you think they measure it differently. Obviously, they measure it different. It's a different market system. But I'm asking you if you disagree with their assessment
of what?
The home ownership rate.
Like if the Chinese reported home ownership rate, I agree with it.
I didn't ask if the Chinese. No, I said if the people who assess home ownership rate from country to country
in China.
No.
I could have sworn I heard you say China, but okay.
Hey, here's what I'm gonna say. Yeah. You have this terrible habit of hearing a question and editing it. I don't want you to edit my question. It's going to be very frustrating for you because I am like a pit bull with my words. I don't like people touching my words. I like people leaving them exactly where they are. So I said, if the people that assess, do you want to leave?
No, I didn't say that. No, okay. That's not what I said.
So here's the thing. If the people who assess home ownership rates, if those people assess the home ownership rate of a country at whatever percent they assess it at, you disagree with those people?
Depends. It's the underspecified. I need to know how they assess it.
Irrespective of how they measure it, do you disagree with their assessment?
Look, it's going to turn on that. If someone measures it by just like some absurd measure, I'm going to disagree with that. Well, if someone just like, looked at some,
I'm just talking about prima facie. I'm just talking about prima facie. Like you just get a number and there are people who have assessed it, who are relevant experts in their field, and they've made that assessment. Prima facie, do you disagree with that number?
Like the idea of getting numbers from experts and looking at it? No, I don't disagree with it.
Okay, great. What would you base your disagreement on if you had one down the line?
Well, I would ask them how they measured it, and see if it coheres.
Cool. So now it seems like you have a disagreement with the assessment of the Chinese home ownership rate, and I'd like to know what's that based on.
I was just giving it as an example.
Yeah, you use that.
No, I was giving it as an example.
Look, let's not play with each other. You gave it as an example for a reason, and now you wanted to speak. Now I'm going to say, go ahead and speak and tell me on what do you base the disagreement on the assessment of the Chinese home ownership rate, which is probably 30 to 35 points higher than the US.
Okay, yeah, I was waiting for that. It just measures different things. So it includes stuff like leasing from the government, right? And it doesn't, and you would also, to get a better information of the housing market in different countries, you would need to adjust for quality of housing. An indicator of that might be home price to income ratio. But home prices to income ratios are really, really high in China, way more than the United States. That indicates to you that it's not because housing is abundant or affordable, it's a measurement difference, which would then not get you an inference about the different systems because you're looking at different things.
Wait, so you're saying that a person in China who's leasing from the government, I'm gonna go right to you, Sean, looks up at the ceiling and they go, this isn't mine?
But they might think it is just not ownership. That's not what leasing is. You don't own what you lease. It's just definition.
Okay, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, what's the economic policy for housing in China?
There are many. What? I don't know what that
There's one economic policy for housing in China. What is it?
No, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. I think that's underdefined.
But you were just saying that people were leasing from the government. How did you find out that information without knowing the policy for housing in China?
I'm telling you, there are many policies. It's like, look, what's the welfare policy of the United States? There are many different programs.
It's not the same thing. Like China has a housing policy. What is it? What is it called? Let's start there.
I don't. Can you just tell me instead of like prompting me? I don't. It's
you're
really
making
vague
assumptions about it. You're making assumptions about it. So I'm doing a little.
It's vague. It's vague. Just tell me what you think.
It's not vague. It's one fucking thing. Like it's one thing. Like what the fuck?
You could refer to one thing in a vague way. I don't understand. Your terms are vague. Not what you refer to.
One thing in a vague way. I said, what's the name of the thing? And you're saying that that's vague. Hey Santana. Hey Santana. I'm gonna let's stop. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this vague thing about talking about one thing. Hey Santana, what's your name?
That's not vague.
Santana.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say every reference is vague.
Was that a vague question?
That was actually
no, that wasn't a vague
actually
question.
pretty direct.
Here, Santana.
Pretty direct question.
Yeah,
all right,
Santana.
I'll ask this. You said that. Where did you get the? How about this? Where did you get the information that the ratios were off in China for paying for home ownership and renting and leasing from the government?
Wait, I want to ask Santana a question. Santana, what's the name of the funny girl?
Management.
W. See how it's a direct answer? So now answer my question directly. Where did you get?
You agree,
don't run away.
Wait. You don't understand.
Don't run away. Listen. Don't run away now because you decided to say this, and I said it in the comments, and I gave the warning. Matter of fact, I'll give you the direct warning. Are you sure this is a road you want to go down?
The home price to income ratio, or asking Santana? Well, what are you referring to?
What are we talking about?
I was asking, we were talking broadly about capitalism, then about disposable income, then about home ownership, then about China. Then you asked me a question about what is the policy in China. I said that's vague. Then you asked Santana a question, and then I asked Santana a question.
So you can track. So I'm going to ask the question again. Are you sure this is a road you want to go down?
This conversation path, I would prefer to go others, but I'm fine with this as it is. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about China. Okay, that's an excellent choice because you don't know shit.
No,
and I
think I do. I think I probably more than you.
Okay, excellent.
I'm just saying.
Awesome.
I would like to make the point.
Let's just do this.
I would like to make the point. Wait, I want to finish. I want to finish what I was saying though. Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to explain. You could ask.
So as I was saying before, if you want to go down this road, we're going to go down this road. So name the policy for public housing in China.
That's a vague predicate. I don't know what specifically that might refer to. Same way that if I say
name
the funny
a
girl,
policy. Name a policy. Name a policy for housing in China.
The leasing from the government. Yeah, the name.
What's the name of the policy? What is the name of?
I don't know the Chinese name. I don't know like what the name in English or Chinese.
Okay, that's cool. It's all right. It's okay. What are the Chinese economic indicators for housing ownership? The way that they calculate who owns a home in China.
Again, it's a vague question.
It's a vague question. The math that they do in order to come up with the stats for who owns a home in China is a vague question. Okay, excellent. I'm so glad that we went down this road. I'm so glad that we went down this road. So no, there's no, just to be clear, I'm asking you clear questions. So just listen, I just want to know where you got the information to say
abuse. Like, just let me finish.
I want you, you don't have any answers. So why would I let you finish to say nothing? Shut the fuck up. If you don't say, if you don't know,
the answer to the question is urban housing system reform.
Thank you, Santana. I appreciate that. Let me ask this: did the urban housing system reform also include land sampling? This is a very easy question.
I don't know. I think probably
you don't want to talk about China. Yeah, that's strike.
I don't want to.
You're out, bro.
I don't know
the
names
talk about
of the
China.
institution. I don't know the names of the reports.
Listen. I understand.
And the answer to that question is yes.
Just real quick, Santana.
This is
in seconds. What was the length of the Google search that brought you that information?
Oh, like maybe one. I just typed in literally what's the name of the economic home ownership policy in China. It came right up. And it also gave me like
Jeff,
a lot of shit.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask you a question? If I said to you guys, oh, I just Googled and
oh shit, this is something cool that I just found.
Would I not be made fun
about
of
90% of households in China own their own homes? That's fucking crazy. 90%?
That's what I was talking about. It measures different things. It measures different things. It includes people just leasing as homeowners when that's not ownership. That's not, no one thinks leasing is ownership.
90%.
Okay, you're just not listening. You're just not listening. I didn't say 90% of leasing. It includes in it. Why can you not?
No, it's saying 90% own the homes.
And it's using a report about home ownership that includes in it the leasers. It counts leasers as owners. Why can you not listen? Can you not listen and understand this is very, very...
Where does it say anything about that? That's not true. You're making shit up.
We'll put that to the side. Sample text. Do you know?
Wait, can I DM it to you? I'm on my phone.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
I can send you. I can DM it later.
Look, I'll stipulate that it does. Do you know why they include that?
Because the state owns like a lot, either all or a vast portion of land and housing. So they lease it from the state, like Singapore.
Do you know why they include that?
I just explained. Like, I don't
know.
No,
you're describing what the scenario is. I'm asking why they count it.
Because they think it should be. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, they just arbitrarily think it should be. You haven't given this a lick of thought. You think they just arbitrarily said?
I'm telling you.
What? Hold on, time out.
Is that what it said? Did I say arbitrarily?
Look, I don't know why it is that you're in love with the sound of your voice if you have nothing to say. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. Listen. These are experts in their field, so presumably you think that they have a reason for why they're including it outside of just I feel like it.
Wow.
I
don't remember saying it's arbitrary. I don't remember saying it's arbitrary.
They either have a reason or it's arbitrary. Those are the options. Those are dichotomous. So have you thought about what the reason could be that they're adding it?
When I was reading about it like 3 years ago, I must have, but now it doesn't come to mind.
Wait, did your brain unalive in 3 years?
No, I just think about things and don't remember them.
So did you hear the reason 3 years ago and you disagreed with it?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, but you don't know the basis for that disagreement.
I was looking. I've been having the China debate for a while. I'm just explaining to you something very simple.
I'm gonna tell you this.
It is improper.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. You don't want to debate my sister on this at the fuck all.
That's probably true. Given how you behave.
Given how I behave. Given how what you know. Listen, just to 100% clear. Look, do you think it's fair for you to make an assessment on a program that you know nothing about?
No.
Okay. Do you think it's fair for you to disagree with a statistic if you don't know the reason that you're critiquing and to determine whether it's justified?
Yeah, I think so.
You think you can critique a reason that you don't know exists?
Yeah. Well, I know it exists. I might not know specifically what it is, but I know that there is one. Like, here's an example.
But hold on. No.
I want to finish a sentence. Let me just like.
No. You timeshare salesperson. Listen. This is very simple. You disagree with the reason that they're adding those specific people into the statistic, but you don't know what that reason is. Do you think that's rational?
Good. Yeah, I think you
And by that I mean logically rational.
Yeah, I think so. And here's an example of how it might work. Okay.
How it might.
For example, if that's right. So if I was to talk about, say, I don't know, people's income.
I grant that.
And then someone tells me that their measurement of incomes multiplies the inflation rate or something. Now, on priors, that's an incredibly unreasonable thing to do. But they tell me, oh, I've thought of a reason for doing this. Even though I know they might have a reason, and they say, and I trust the person, on the whole, the priors would still be immensely low, conditionalizing on that information. So knowing that there is a reason might still leave me with a very low posterior, and so I would reject it. For example, if someone tells you the homicide rate counts people that like dying of a shark attack, but they have a reason for counting it, maybe like they didn't specify who's the murderer, it could be an animal. So I'm not just making up stuff, right? Then you're like, okay, that's a reason. I know they have some reason, but still, it's so incredibly ridiculous to me to count shark attacks as part of the homicide rate that I'm just not gonna accept it. I'm gonna reject it, even though I know they think they have a reason. It's very simple. Like, you agree with this probably.
I don't.
You know what's more ridiculous than that, though, guys? Bringing up shark attacks in a discussion about home ownership and the difference between China's home ownership rate and the U.S.'s home ownership rate.
Hey, you're right, and chat. This is why you should not be a Philbro. All right, we're going to generate the symmetry breakers in real time, in reverse. Okay, the first one about shark attacks is just an analytic dispute. Do you know what an analytic dispute is?
Yeah.
Okay, because what is meant by homicide excludes things like Shark Tank or shark attacks. So there wouldn't be a relevant reason to include shark attacks. Wait, stop what you're saying. As a matter of fact, if you're talking about homicide as anything other than what is meant legally by homicide, you're talking about something else. There wouldn't be a reason to do that since the legal system is specifically tailored to address human interactions in this context. So there's the symmetry breaker there. For the first example, that's an economic assessment, and it would be crazy for you, even given some ridiculous number, to just on its face reject it without further analysis. If anything, that 10 times number should generate enough curiosity for you to do some simple investigation to see if at least the reason, which can be generated quickly, makes sense. But it wouldn't be a reason for you would have no justification to abandon inquiry and just go, I don't care, right? So that's number two. In the case of home ownership, you can generate multiple, even conceptual reasons, logically possible reasons, nomologically possible reasons, economically possible reasons for why somebody would adjust the definition of ownership to include these leases, if that was even the case and if they were even statistically relevant. So you would have even more reason to generate curiosity for you to at least do an inquiry onto the reason. So in none of these cases are you just licensed or warranted to say, well, on its face, Google stopped existing yesterday, so I'm not even going to do a simple Google search. I'm just going to say it doesn't make sense. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, so I like what you said meant things, but I disagree with what you said. So let me explain. So for one, when I asked you, do you probably agree with that? I was just asking about the hypotheticals. Like, will you agree you should not accept the shark attack definition, even though the person who does it says they have a reason and they give some definition or whatever. Okay, I would think that. Now, on the point about analytically, I think that's the same with housing. Definitionally, when you lease something, it's not owned by you.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Stop talking. No, it's not. The analytic dispute here, I gave you a reason beyond the analytic dispute for why you shouldn't even adjust the definition. Okay? Look, we'll make this super easy, and then I'm definitely going to feed you to my sister. What is the reason that you've been talking to her? Like, what is the reason that it's important for you to have a deed in a mortgage situation and not have it be a lease here in the United States?
Is that I don't know.
You don't know why people tend to switch from renting to owning in the United States?
Well, There's no one reason. There's a set of reasons.
There's one major reason.
Well,
it's like a phenomenally huge reason. It is like the reason. Any other reason is like window dressing compared to this reason. As a matter of fact, anybody who owns a house will tell you this reason every time they talk about owning a house.
The interest rate, like, I don't know.
No. Interest rates are not a reason. If interest rates were the one positive for owning a house, everybody would rent. There's a reason.
Well,
listen, there's a reason why people listen.
So I'm just giving you
listen. You're like a chipmunk. Stop talking. If you don't know, then stop. Look, if you don't know, you literally have nothing to say. It starts with an E and rhymes with equity.
Okay, equity. Yeah, but I took it to be the reasons people, like what drives people to make the different decisions. For example, if the interest rate's high, your mortgage is going to be more costly. So you don't rent. You don't.
Holy shit.
Okay, equity. Yeah, let's go with equity. I'm fine. Yeah, equity. Sure.
Okay.
Whatever. Go ahead.
Now,
what does it have to do with what
now, in a market system that's gearing towards socialism, does equity matter?
Probably.
You don't know? Okay, Sean, can I ask you a question?
I said probably.
Can I ask you a question, Sean?
Yes.
Yeah. In a market system that's gearing towards socialism, does equity matter?
Yes.
In the same way that it does here?
No.
All right. You see that? Simple. All right, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, fine.
And that's why they include leases. Go ahead, Sean.
In a market system gearing towards socialism, excuse me, I'm cleaning the bathroom right now, but in a market system that's geared towards socialism, equity matters in the sense of like getting rid of the proletarian class and their relationship to like specific commodities. Within capitalism, it matters because equity equals capital. But Sam, I don't think you know anything. I don't understand like why it is you're even still up here. You just been getting like dog walked this whole time. Let's do this. Okay, excellent. Let's just do this. Let's start from the beginning. And you just give me an argument, like one argument against socialism that is pro-capitalism.
Well, it's gonna turn on the model. I have different arguments against different models.
I'm just gonna ask a question then. Go ahead and give me an argument against socialism that is for capitalism.
Yeah, I have different arguments against different models. So if I give an argument against like anarcho-communism, it might not be your ideology, so it's not relevant to the conversation. You're gonna like make fun of it.
You don't know what communism is. You don't know what socialism is. Just say that.
I think I do.
Okay, what's socialism?
Socialism is collective, whether state or worker ownership over the means of production.
Okay, what's communism?
Communism has multiple definitions. The one commonly given in common parlance is stateless, mindless, classless society. However, if you read Marx, he gives different definitions. One of them is that it's not even a state of affairs. It's the real movement to abolish the current state of things, by which he means private property.
Okay, excellent. So if you know all of this, then you should be able to give an argument.
So I know things. Wait, we agreed that was like completely wrong in bad faith to say I don't know things.
No, because you learned it from us. But look, I just want you to go ahead and give an argument.
When did you teach me that? What?
Last week. But listen, I just want you
That's just a lie. I never spoke to you. Wait, are you just lying? Are you just like lying about it?
So now you're running away from the argument. So we're still running away.
I never talked to you. Wait, why are you lying? Wait, what?
Wait,
no, we're not running away. I asked you a question. You're not answering it. Why are you lying? I never talked to you ever. That was just a lie. What? Santana, is that okay? Can I just like lie about people?
You've been lying this whole time. But look, just give the argument.
Yeah, not about you.
Also, you might really want to engage with Sean, because I'm positive Sean and Jeff and everyone else knows what the look on my face is about.
I don't.
Do you know where you fucked up at just now? Sample, and I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna say this because this just has to do with social cues. And I said something to my sister today. I'm not gonna repeat it today here because y'all ain't gonna catch me like that. But I'm starting to think I was like dead right on what I said. But listen, The reason you fucked up is because the dispute is over whether you can give an argument against a thing. And now you're saying that you are in possession of the concept of the thing, but you want to focus on that disagreement of the concept that doesn't exist, as opposed to just furnishing the argument.
No, I think the argument I might give depends crucially on the model. So I still reject the exhaustive disjunction. I just reject each part of the disjunct for different reasons. That makes sense, right?
There isn't a disjunct here.
There is a model. Socialism has many different models. It's a disjunct of different models, which all of them achieve collective state or worker ownership of the means of production.
Do you have an argument against socialism broadly?
It's gonna turn on yeah, sure. I mean, like, all models of socialism fail.
Great. Cool. Let's go ahead and hey, Chipmunk. Lock in. When you start mumbling, nobody knows what you're saying. Let's get the argument, like, just plainly. Go ahead.
So first, I just gave it. So, like, if you cut me off and then ask for it, like, I was.
It's because you were rambling and talking super low, no one could understand what the fuck you were saying.
When you start mumbling,
tell me I'm low. Tell me I'm low. Don't cut me off and say don't.
Stop talking. When you're mumbling to yourself, obviously we can't hear you. So let's get it plain and say it with your chest.
Yeah. Okay. Each socialist model fails, while not all capitalist models fail. If P won, then capitalism is preferable. Therefore, capitalism is preferable. I mean, maybe that's fine.
So
like, broadly, I would go with
that. I don't even know what you mean by that. Like, that's what. Okay, let's get clear. What do you mean by fail?
Provide like suboptimal living standards.
Holy shit! You should cancel your account, bro.
I don't agree with that.
That's the thing you're supposed to be arguing.
I know that's the argument. I gave the argument.
Okay, so the argument for socialism does worse. And what I take that to mean is provide suboptimal living standards is premise one. Socialism fails, and by that you mean socialism provides suboptimal living standards?
No, that wasn't what I said. No, that's not what I said. I said it's on every different model. Then there are reasons that lead to it being defeated, and
the reason is the conclusion.
Yeah,
that's not question making. Under no account of question making is that a question making argument.
Wait. So just to be clear, you're supposed to say that socialism is worse than capitalism because socialism fails, right? And the argument for socialism fails, by socialism fails, you mean that it provides a substandard.
I was asked to give an argument against socialism and for capitalism. So
okay, great. So I would take that an argument.
It wasn't about wars or good.
I would take that an argument against capitalism, against socialism, would mean that you think it fails.
Wait, can I ask what the counter on screen is about?
You don't want to know. But I would think that
I assume it's to kick me or something.
Either you're saying that socialism doesn't exist. I don't think that's what you're saying when you're saying an argument against socialism, right? You're not providing some. Okay, so you are providing some argument that because it's a market system, like an economic system, you are providing an argument that it fails, right?
Well, there are market socialist models. See what I mean? You can assume things about socialism. It's a very diverse tradition.
Hold on.
Why can I not speak? Let me speak.
Whatever version of socialism that you are arguing against, your argument is that it fails, correct?
No, it's gonna be the conclusion, but the premise is not gonna be that it fails.
So the conclusion is going to be that it fails, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
And your first premise is socialism fails, correct?
No, that was about socialism as a whole. I told you I can give you arguments against specific models or about socialism.
I'm asking for
shit. You don't have any arguments against specific models. You don't have any arguments against specific models. You just learned about what the definition of communism was from us last week when we showed you on Solid Slide. That's exactly what happened. But listen, you would have given the argument, so I'll just give you mine. Socialism yields better results within all of the metrics needed in order to live, such as housing, infant mortality, food, literacy rates, education. We can go on all day about it. Whereas capitalism necessitates that people do not have access to these things, creating a lower standard of living for life. Do you have a combatant for that?
Well, for one, if we're just Phil broing, that was not a valid argument. But I'll be fine with that. I'll ask what's the.
It's an informal argument. You don't. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just formalize it for you. I'll just formalize it for you. I'll just formalize it for you. I'll do a simple modus ponens. All right, super easy. If socialism yields better results, such as higher standards of living due to infant mortality rates, literacy rates, education, housing ownership, food and caloric intake, et cetera, then, and capitalism does not yield these results, then socialism would be better. Modus ponens, socialism is better.
Right. Yeah. Great. So this is a sound. Well, not sound. This is a valid argument now. Freudian. So what's the argument for premise one? Or what's the reasons to believe it? Obviously. Yeah.
Do you have
don't cite the 1986 paper? Yeah, don't cite the 1986 paper. But yeah, what's the evidence for pre one? I don't accept it.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead, real quick, Santana. I sent you something on Discord. Can you pull it up?
Either one. It's not the 1986 paper.
Either one.
Hopefully.
Either one. Yeah. So the evidence. Yeah. You said what's the evidence, but don't bring up the evidence. All right, Santana, just pull up what I.
No, that study is dog shit. I don't think you.
Look, excellent. It's awesome. It's awesome. I know. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I understand completely. You're about to get your ass beat, and it's okay. It's a-okay. Like it's this like you stepped into the ring with the greatest. Like I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna get this AW. Yeah. So what is
grandstanding? Is
go ahead, and what does that say?
Yeah. Lifting 800 million people out of poverty. New report looks at lessons from China's experience. Yeah.
Excellent. Santana, who is this written by?
World Bank, I think. Yeah. I think I know this one. Yeah, I've read this before.
Excellent. Does that say 1987 or does that say 2022?
No. That's a different thing. There are multiple things.
Does that say 1987? I'm just going to ask the question again. Does that say 1987 or does that say 2022?
I said 1986. I said 1986, but no.
Does that say 1986 or does it say 2022?
Nope. It says 2022.
It says nope. Nope.
I said no. It doesn't say 1986. It says 2022. You're right.
Okay, excellent. There's a second thing that I sent you, Santana. Can you pull it up for me, please? It was right before this.
Yeah. 1 second.
Oh, not the CIA doc.
Can you read? Oh, so primary sources are now no longer evidence, like anti-communist sources.
Wait, that's not what a primary source. That's not what a primary source is.
It is a primary source. It's like literal field research from the area. Literally, what a primary source is. What do you think a primary source is? What type of source do you think this is? Do you think it's tertiary?
I think you would call it secondary, maybe.
Secondary would be like an article.
Well, it wouldn't
be field research. Like field research is a primary source.
It would. So it's not the government.
Wait, hold on. So your contention is the fact that the CIA did an actual in-depth, comprehensive study as far as looking at the nourishments of people within the Soviet Union to try to better understand what was happening and to weaponize it to their benefit. That wouldn't be a primary source.
Oh yeah. No. So for one, I don't think they measured it themselves. So that just on the facts of what happened. But I'm just saying I reject it because you talked about 2 seconds of Google. Can you for 2 seconds of Google look up CIA Soviet calorie food intake debunked? Can you do that for me real quick?
I'm just gonna say.
And wait.
Quick. Noah is the most unserious motherfucker on this app.
What Noah say?
Like somebody needs to get him. Did you see what he wrote in the chat?
I see what he wrote. Listen, hey Santana,
holler more.
Can we do this real quick because he's already coping about the evidence that he asked for. Can you just go ahead and read this for the class for us?
Yeah.
Wait, can he do what I asked first? Wait, why are we ignoring what I asked?
American and Soviet citizens eat about the same amount of food each day, but the Soviet diet may be more nutritious. According to the CIA reports released today, both nationalities may be eating too much for good health. The CIA drew no conclusion about the nutritional makeup of the Soviet and American diets, but commonly accepted U.S. health views suggest that Soviet diets may be slightly better. According to the Central Intelligence Agency, the average Soviet citizen consumes about 3,280 calories a day compared to the 3,520 calories for Americans. The average daily calorie intake in the Soviet Union is grain products and potatoes and 44%. I'm assuming that means like, 44%. Got it. Sugar, 13%, dairy and eggs, 11%, fat and oils, 17%, meat and fish, and 8%, and with 7% of the other products. The Americans consume daily grain products and potatoes, 26%, sugar, 17%, dairy and eggs, 12%, fats and oil, 18%, meat and fish, 21%, and 6% other products. Americans eat more meat and fish and sugar and more dietary products and eggs and more fats and oil and less grains than average Soviet citizens and consume more calories. Generally held nutritional standards suggest individuals need fewer calories, less meat, less sugars, more grains to stay fit.
Excellent. Do you have any counters to this?
Santana, wait, can I ask Santana something now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Santana, can you real quick? So you were exalting the virtues of like quick Google searches. Can you really quickly search up
I just want to say this really quickly. I just want to say this really quickly. The timer has stopped twice, and management requested more time for Sean specifically. So the only reason the clock is not.
Is it gonna be like I'm gonna
the only reason the clock is still kind of ticking is because management wanted Sean to be able to continue. So I would really prefer if you engage.
Will I be able to?
Okay, fuck.
Just Google CIA
Sean.
It's very easy. Like there are plenty of research.
Hey, Sean, can you tell Santana to do the search and just see because he wants to do the search.
Santana,
and look at the first source?
Yeah, can you search up CIA USSR caloric intake debunked?
Just so you don't have a conniption, Santana, he's joking. He doesn't really mean this. This is a bit he's doing.
With me or
this is it's so funny because like it's almost like they all have the same talking points.
CIA what?
I'm not doing a bit.
USSR caloric intake debunked.
Wait, everybody's talking at one time. What am I looking up?
USSR caloric intake debunked.
And he wants you to go to the first, like you don't even have to click the first link.
No, I didn't say the first. I don't know what first.
You said quick Google search.
There are plenty. Well, I didn't say. I said Google search. I didn't say.
What's the first link?
It might be like
no, I'll just put it on the
screen.
know.
I don't know what would be the first link. I'm not endorsing the first link. It could be like some fucking Facebook.
You did say the first one.
It's
Reddit.
No, I didn't say the first one.
We're going to Reddit.
What? Is this recorded? I definitely didn't.
And that's crazy. It's almost like you don't know what you're talking about.
You want me to go to Reddit?
Trust the Reddit source. I think we should trust the Reddit source.
Can we look, I only care about empirics, right? Because we have math to show that like the Soviet caloric intake was better, like due to like food nutritional facts. Do you have anything against that? Like, do you have anything for?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, yeah. So there was Igor Berman. I have a screenshot in my notes. I don't have the link, so if you want, I can like link later. But there was an Igor Berman who was like a Soviet central planner. He revised the CIA's flawed estimates, and he showed that the Soviets ate only 43% of the foods Americans did.
Okay, what was the math that I want to see his math. I don't care about that.
I don't remember the math.
I want to see his math.
Brother, I don't remember.
Okay, so then we're just going to take that. We're going to toss it out the window. Again, I'm going to ask the question. I'm just going to ask the question. I'm just going to ask the question.
Wait, I want to finish. Holy shit.
Look, I don't care about empirics. Your timer is ticking, and I'm running out of time. I don't care about you saying a person said this thing one time because I don't believe it.
I'm giving you a report.
You don't even have the source. You don't even have the link. You don't even have the link.
No, I definitely do.
Look, man, look. What was his math?
Yeah, okay.
What was his math?
The equations? Fuck you want me to do? What? Tell you the equations of a paper I've read 3 years ago? What the fuck are we doing?
Yes, absolutely. You said you had them. Like I can tell you the equations. I can tell you the equations. I can tell you the equations utilized for China's housing policy.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What was the equation that the CIA did? What was the equation?
The equation that the CIA did was utilizing caloric calorie count for certain foods at the time of not study. I was going to say study, but at the time of the observation. That's not an equation. And looking at yes, it is.
That's the input. That's
okay, I'll stop speaking. I'll stop speaking natural language. All right, that's cool. That's cool. The equation that they utilized. Stop talking. The equation that they utilized was a caloric intake equation. Do you know what a caloric intake equation is?
But that's just making the question.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Just say no if you don't.
I don't know what you mean. No, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, excellent, awesome. I'm glad that you said that. That was an awesome thing to do, to admit that you don't know something. It's almost like you should do that all the time so people can teach you something.
Okay, here
so
we go.
A caloric intake. Now you're interrupting. So now you're. I just gave you a praise. I just gave you praise, and now you're interrupting. So a caloric intake. Listen. A caloric intake. Like a calculator for caloric intake is something that nutritionists use in order to figure out the health of the diet of people in specific areas.
That's not a precise equation, bro. That's not a precise equation.
Fucking shit, bro. You don't even know what it is.
I asked you for a specific equation. You're not giving it because
I'm asking you if you know what it is, so I can tell you what it is.
Okay. Fine. Okay, go ahead, and then I'm gonna cite you the paper. Because I found it.
As a matter of fact, cite me the paper now. Cite me because I feel like you can't wait. So I want you to do that first. I want you to do that first so that you won't interrupt again.
Yeah, no problem. So the book by Igor Berman is called Personal Consumption in the USSR and the USA. Awesome. In it, there is a table. There is a table that shows his final estimates. That's what I had in the screenshot because I prepared these notes 3 years ago. I've had these debates for a while now, believe it or not. Sure. In the screenshot I just have the final estimate, so I don't have the specific math. Is that proper? Is that an unreasonable, crazy thing? I think that's normal, right?
No, it's a crazy thing.
It's a crazy thing to just keep a screenshot and not all the equations in a book in your notes. Okay, got it.
When you're talking about something that's dealing with equations, yes.
You don't, in your notes, you don't save the equation. Like if it's an article that tells you about like headline inflation in the month of July.
Just so that the chat knows where we are, like for caloric intake, it is nothing but equations. They use an equation. They use equation system. Sorry about that. They use equations for this. What they do is that they calculate how much caloric intake a person has on the basis. Like for specifically, I'll give an example. For specifically environmental racism. I was going to say medical racism. Environmental racism. They look at the amount of grocery stores in an area with adequate grocery that are about 3 miles away from each average citizen versus in a black neighborhood versus adequate grocery in grocery stores that are about 3 miles away from the average citizen in white neighborhoods. And they found that the equations that they did would show that more black people disproportionately are farther away from grocery stores because most people travel about 3 miles to their preferred grocery store. If a grocery store is about 5 miles away, there's a good chance that that person does not have adequate grocery. And you can see patterns such as like heart disease or high blood pressure, et cetera, which is why zip code is the #1 health indicator in the United States. The USSR does those things, and the people who were like nutritionists at the time did those equations to say these are adequate grocery in places of the USSR that are 3 miles or less from the average citizen versus the United States having segregated black neighborhoods that did not have adequate grocery in those neighborhoods and caused things like bad caloric intake. it's a very simple thing. I want to keep it in natural language because I could tell you like the trigonomic fucking equation, but you wouldn't understand it. Am I making sense here?
Yeah, Sean, the thing that confused me is that he asked for you, he went on that whole tirade about you not having an equation and begged for you to say it in that trigonometric expression, but he couldn't provide the equation that he said that he had from his notes. He couldn't even meet the standard that he was expecting of you.
Literally this.
Like, he was so condescending about it. Like, I really don't understand the condescension when he could not even substantiate his own standard.
I was bored with him a while ago, but I didn't want to interrupt you guys.
I gotta say something because we have people in the chat who are like me, and you'll know what that means when I say this. I say trigonometry as like hyperbole. I don't literally mean trigonomic equation. I just mean math.
The maths. The maths. Maths. Okay. You guys got anything else?
No, I'm good.
Honestly, didn't even mean to be up here. It was an accident, but the shark attack, just that one threw me.
It's all good. Hey, did y'all know Brandon Tatum doesn't know what chattel slavery is?
Some debater kind of cooked him on it. I don't know too much. Do you know anything about that, Santana?
No, I just know he doesn't know shit at all. I guess surprising that he didn't know what chattel slavery was. Also, apparently, Karl Marx was more harmful than Jim Crow to the black community. Yep. Yep. Pluggables?
Yeah, you say it. I want to say it. The thing,
Audiobook.
the audiobook is done and it's up and it's ready and it's rocking.
Wait, it's ready to be published already? I thought you were just done recording.
Nah, it's mixed master. I stayed up late last night. It's
fuck.
up on the website. The shit is ready.
It's right.
That's the link I sent you.
Oh, wait, in the text messages?
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at it and it was like 16 messages and it was kind of overwhelming, so I hadn't checked the messages yet.
I stayed in my office all day yesterday in front of a microphone, reading the whole thing. And every time I peeked my head out, the armed guard was like, "What are you doing?" And my guards only let me out one time to go pick up groceries, and then come back and go right back into my cubby hole and finish the whole thing. And so now if you go to endofaspecies.com, the link different, it just goes to a thing. And so not only can you order the ebook and get it immediately, you can get the audiobook immediately, but there's also a paperback version that's available on the site and hardcover coming.
Let's fucking go.
All that stuff.
Let's fucking go.
And it's in the link in my bio.
No, that's
you.
right.
You've taught me, like, I think I'm a like yellow belt in the art of the grift now. I'm not a black belt yet, but a yellow belt.
In the famous words of Nanami, get your paper up, right? Ari, you said you had pluggables?
I was saying I got pluggables.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pluggables.
Ew. You hear her in the background?
Yeah, I heard her laughing.
The echo. I was like, who's laughing?
You guys should hear her like sometimes when I'm talking to certain people and she's like crashing out in the background. It's funniest shit ever.
And Santana fell for it.
It wasn't just me because she messaged me. She was like, "Bring Ari up." Ari said she has pluggables. I was like, "All right, I see it."
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, we did have book club this weekend, which went amazing. It went super fucking dope. One, we did give away 20 books. So, and I got your messages for the winners. I will be reaching out to you guys shortly because I took Sunday off. I was not looking at Discord at all Sunday. Sorry, I needed to. But yeah, I will be reaching out to the winners to get you all your books. We did have 20 winners, which is really freaking amazing. We had a really long discussion about war against all Puerto Ricans, and everyone kept saying, fuck the United States and fuck the United States. And so that's all really exciting. And I think the next book we are reading for book club is Wretched of the Earth by Franz Fanon. So I'm really excited about that read with book club as well. And we gave away 20 copies of Justice's book on top of the regular books we give away too. So that's really exciting too. And now that I know that they can also get access to the audiobook too. That's dope as hell.
Audiobook. Hey, Jeff, what do you want to do with that? Jeff?
Can you hear me?
Yep. What do you want to do with that?
I want to see the video you promised.
No, I'm talking about what you just text me.
Oh no, that's in the thing. It's up to you. I just want to like update you.
I mean, is that a yes or a no?
Nah, I think it will be a lot longer than I think you have on the live.
Oh, I don't care. I mean, that's up, like all of you are up here, so this would be on you. It wouldn't be on me. I have no interest in engaging.
Matter of fact, it was with my sis, so
it would literally be all of you carrying. So like it's literally up to all of you.
I'm trying to figure out what we're talking
about. You want to talk about how
use your super mod, Sean?
Yeah. All right.
Man, I'm gonna say let's do it, but she has no idea what you're talking about. All right, that's fine. Let me say thank you to a couple of people really quick. Debbie's in the chat for Caleb for the $5 donation, saying, "Dang, Tatum has such an internalized racism. He is anti-black as shit." And you said Stockholm syndrome. Honestly, there's a couple of moments where I thought he was going to cry because he almost saw through the wool over his eyes. He wasn't. We spent 4 or 5 hours explaining to him like racism and how that shit works and looks and all this for him to end and say, well, the only racism I've ever experienced in my life was one time when I was a cop, somebody called me the N-word. And that was it. So fuck that guy. Dubs in chat for Craft Weaver for the $10 donation, saying making me educated. It's not free. Dubs in the chat for Craft Weaver. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. Dubs in the chat for your toxicity for sending out a YouTube subscription. Dubs in the chat for Melissa for the $2 super chat. Yeah, in the words of a modern poet, they not like us. Fucking facts. And guys, holy fucking shit. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $100 YouTube super chat. Let's fucking go. Lord Tamayoshi said, apparently Trump enjoys the BBC polls. He did say that. He literally said that. Literally said that. Debbie's in the chat. So the story about Bubba is true. Parker's covering it, joking on the title of his live currently. Sorry, couldn't help it. LMAO. Listen, I heard him say that, and I was like, you know what? You like what you like. You like what you like. W's in the chat for Rebel for the one. You said, what's wrong with White Monster? Well, depends on what part of the country you're in. But yeah, W's in the chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Patriot Galaxy. Are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with something on the background?
Trump supporter. I can see like half your background, so not really anything on the background, I think.
Yeah, sorry. There's so many people on the panel. Normally, I don't have this many people. Did you come up to debate something specific? What do you got?
Well, like Trump in general, MAGA, politics. I don't know if that's part of your background there.
Yeah, it is. Is there something that you enjoy?
What do you mean something I enjoy? Well, something I'm in favor of or support is definitely his response to illegal immigration and the border.
Why?
Well, because I think it's a humanitarian issue. We had the highest numbers in history under Biden. People coming to the border. We had 53 people cook alive in the back of a semi truck in a single day.
No, I'm saying why do you actually like his response? Because it's ineffective.
I disagree. We can look at the numbers. Gotaways are down. Encounters are down.
They're just not reporting anymore.
What was that?
They're just not reporting anymore. Did you know that? They just stopped reporting.
Really? Show me that. Because I can look at the statistics right now from ice.gov.
Weren't you complaining about Margaret Sanger yesterday and racism, but you're okay with this shit?
I don't see how this is racist.
Oh, yeah, no, bro, it's racist.
What race?
Racial profiling, bro. They literally said the Supreme Court rule for racial.
Race?
Hi, shh.
What race?
The Supreme Court ruled that you could racially profile, and we know overwhelmingly they're targeting
That's not what they ruled.
Hi. They said you could racial profile.
That's not what they ruled. Then what race?
They literally did say that you could racially profile.
No, they said you could use appearance.
I'm gonna fucking finish what I'm saying. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. So the actual ruling was based off of two determining factors, which is the way that you look with one other thing. So you could be someone that looks like me and standing in a Home Depot parking lot, and that's enough. You could be someone that looks like me and speaking Spanish, and that's enough. So the decision was based off of profiling, discrimination, and with a connecting aspect. So that's what.
Yeah, it actually specifically says appearance and language not being able to be spoken but not on its own can be used as probable cause.
Yeah,
you just
that's
said
what I said. It has to be connected. It has to be two things. I literally just said that, right?
And appearance doesn't say race. It doesn't say anything about skin color.
You're literally repeating the things that I'm saying.
By appearance, they mean clothing for
Patriot. Why are you repeating the same thing that I've said? Like I didn't just say that.
I'm just repeating it with context. So yeah, it doesn't mean.
That's okay. Hey, I'm confused. I'm looking at
like the
actual. Hey, stop it. I'm looking for the actual updated information. I see the last thing that's published on ICE with the numbers that says that this is as of December 31st, but it also says 2024. So maybe, like, I know that they have to have numbers from 2025. Do you know where they published? Because even like the link says this is as of July 24th, 2026, but the numbers that are actually provided from the dashboard are from December the 31st, 2024. So where are you getting the updated numbers from?
Yeah, if you just go to ice.gov/statistics, it will show you all the up-to-date statistics, including the fact
you mean this right here? Wait. You mean this right here?
Does it tell you that 70% of individuals detained by ICE are have criminal convictions or charges?
I'm not sure where you're seeing that, but like this is ice.gov/statistics. And again, this is the information that's listed as of July. but this says the following dashboard presents the first time information and trends, arrests and detentions, removals, and alternative detentions as of December 31st, 2024.
ChatGPT fails you again for the second day in a row.
I don't know where you think I'm getting ChatGPT. Just because you use that doesn't mean everyone else uses that, just so you know.
I would just like
see what people
that's
like.
called
If we type in
projection.
things, we can hear what people say, and if it matches up with LLMs, we'll call out LLMs. But can I just get something clear real quick? What do you mean by illegal immigration? I don't know what that means.
You don't know
also,
what that means? It's just
while
people
you're
who
clearing that
are
up as well,
undocumented who
while you're,
violated
hey,
USCA
Patriot,
1325.
while you're clearing that up
Just
as
answer
well,
this question.
I'm still going to come back to the question I have, which is where are you getting this information? Because obviously this isn't it, but go ahead.
Yeah, so illegal immigration is anyone who is undocumented who violated USCA 1325, which is improper entry by an illegal alien. Pretty simple, actually.
It doesn't say improper entry by illegal alien. It just says improper
entry by an alien.
Yeah, improper entry by an alien. But I'm asking what you call illegal immigration, because like
I just told you, anyone who's undocumented who violated that law.
The violation of 1325 doesn't like result in any kind of deportation. It results in a fine. But like even with that, it still wouldn't make someone an illegal immigrant, and it's not like an improper. It's not like a improper entry that invalidates the entry.
That's actually it's actually an improper entry. That's exactly what it is. And just to be clear, it can be a misdemeanor and a felony.
Just to be clear,
no,
can you? Well, I just
1326.
Wait, in 1325, can you tell me where it says? I'm just so it's not 1325.
Well, one's misdemeanor, one's a felony. I don't know if you understand how that works.
So wait. So instead
so
of
confusing for Jeff Afa.
Hey. Instead of rattling off stuff and you don't know the question, listen to the whole question so you don't get confused. Does 8 USC 1325 say you have to be documented?
Say you have to be documented.
Does it say it is an improper entry?
We can read it for you.
I'm just going to ask. This is the second time I'm answering.
Let's just
I'm
read
asking
it
the
for
question.
you.
So we're going to charge you with a dodge right now.
We can just read it.
But you just dodged the question.
No, I'm just reading it for you.
The question directly is: does
any alien
I'm just going to ask the question again.
Hey, I'm sorry, Jeff. I like Patriot.
Jeff is just being disingenuous. He doesn't want the answer.
I think you're being like super disingenuous, and I'm going to let you finish with Jeff, but I just want to call this to your attention because like looking at even how I pulled the this is from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This is their monthly encounter report. And so I was thinking, oh, this will have like, this is from June, right? Fiscal year 2026, June. I was thinking like, oh, cool. This will have like the numbers, right? But when you go down, it's just them talking about the program. And then they, for each state, just give like one example of shit that's been completed for each of the states, but it doesn't give anything as far as numbers. So you still don't have.
So you didn't do your proper research and you're reflecting that on me? I'm confused.
You made the actual assumption that encounters were down. I told you that they stopped reporting. I told you that they, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. I told you they stopped reporting the numbers. You said, oh, look it up. I went to the website that you gave me, ice.gov/statistics. And then I showed you that the information from the dashboard is from December 31st, 2024. And then while like looking through the actual website to try to find more information, it gave the information, the direct link to the actual encounters, the monthly encounters. And for June, like there's no actual data around monthly encounters. It's just this bullshit. So again, going back to what I said, you still haven't proven that encounters are down because there's no actual data reporting that encounters are down.
All right. So from what I see, you have two questions on the table and you can answer them in any order. You can pick a question, but you're going to need to answer at least one. Number one, for Santana, which I I think it's only fair you tackle his question first, since it's been the longest. What document can you point to that has up-to-date statistics to back up your claim? And then the second question, that would be my question. I'm looking at 8 USC 1325, and can you point to the sentence that says that that coming into the country without a documentation is improper entry? So either one of those, preferably Santana first, but I'll leave it up to you.
And just FYI, I'm still digging even deeper, and with digging even deeper, I've found that like apprehensions are trending up. I mean, like they have information around apprehensions, but I'm still not finding anything that's saying encounters as far as data being reported for encounters or encounters being down.
Yeah, so the encounters, you can find that on ice.gov/detain/detention management, and that'll lead you to, at the bottom of the page, a file you can download. It's called Detention FY 2026.
Okay,
And
hold on one second. So you said ice.gov. Wait, is it immigration dash detainers? Detainers?
No, it's ice.gov/detain/detention management.
Ice.gov,
and that what gives you the link to a file you can download, and once you open that file, you can find all the statistics on there.
Okay, you can finish with Jeff. I'm going to look for
just real quick.
What you're saying?
Yeah, unless it's detention dash management, that's a 404, my friend.
I'm gonna, Jeff, if I may, because I want to clarify the question a little bit here, because I don't think he understands what was being asked. So just for the purposes of this, 1325 doesn't say that immigration in itself is at all illegal. It's about conduct within that immigration. So like, it's not illegal for me. Yeah, exactly. It's not illegal for me to run outside. Hey, hold on, stop talking.
We don't disagree.
You do.
No,
because you're talking about 1325.
I'm a legal immigrant, so yeah, immigration,
which doesn't constitute illegal immigration. It constitutes illegal conduct whilst doing legal immigration. You do realize
would make it then illegal.
No,
which would then make it not legal immigration.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Are you talking about this fucking Excel file? Is that what you were talking about?
Download a file.
Yeah, are you talking about this Excel file?
Yep, you download the file and then you open it and it gives statistics.
Did you know that you can edit this file?
Yeah, I'm sure once you have it, you can edit it. Yeah, you didn't know that? Once you have it, that doesn't mean that I then see your edits. You know that, right?
Oh my fucking!
You know I don't see your edits, and just if you download a file and then you can edit it, you can draw a penis on it if you want.
Okay,
that doesn't mean everyone else sees it when they download
keep going.
You know that, right?
Keep going. Holy
Santana,
fuck!
you know I don't see your edits, right?
Holy fuck! Keep going.
Is that what you thought? Did you think you can edit it?
I'm telling you that you like pointing to this with this actual this file can be edited. This file, I'm not saying 1 second. I'm not saying that I've done any edits or you can see the edits. I'm saying they placed an Excel file as proof, which the Excel file has the ability to be manipulated. Now, I'm going to keep going into this more. I just wanted to make sure that this is what you were talking about.
Computers new to you?
You can finish.
Or are computers like a new thing to you, Santana? Like that's a normal thing. When you download a file,
I think that you're having a hard time contextualizing what I'm trying to explain, and I need you to stop crashing out. Because you're literally crashing because I pointed out the fact that it's an Excel file that can be edited. But don't worry, I'm going to come back to it. I just wanted to make sure. Wanted to make sure that's what you were talking about. Go ahead, Jeff.
It's not a normal thing. I want you to stop.
Just because you edit it doesn't mean other people will see the edits.
That's also not the claim.
It's not Wikipedia.
It's not the claim, so calm down. There's no need to get all riled up, okay? The typical way to deliver this type of data is to put it behind something like a SQL database, because those have some form. I don't know.
Let's get to
I don't know why it
1325.
is. I don't know why it is that you're now being shown you're incorrect.
Let's get to 1325.
Now it looks like
not
you're.
deflect.
Now it's like you're chimping out. Stop doing that.
Let you run.
Stop acting.
Let you run.
Look.
Also, Jeff, one thing that I would say is that like I decided to pull up the Excel file that's from 2025 to do a compare and contrast. I have so many questions, but I'm going to let you finish.
Okay, so you said that this is a normal thing. I'm challenging that assertion that you just made. We're going to go to 1325. Listen, 1325 literally does not say that you. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Which line in 1325 says you cannot be undocumented? Go ahead.
What do you mean? Nothing says you can't.
What do you
be
mean?
Undocumented. It says improper entry by an alien.
Where does it say in the text of 8 USC 1325 that you cannot be undocumented?
I know that wasn't my claim.
Wait, so you think just from the statement? Wait, I just want to get clear. I just want to. Oh, you know what? Restate your claim about 8 USC 1325 with regard to undocumented migrants.
Yeah, simple. The reason it got brought up is someone said, "What's illegal immigration?" I said someone that violated USC 8 1325.
That is not what you said.
That's exactly what I said.
No, let me recapitulate.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm sorry,
Santana,
Jeff.
I have the numbers
I'm sorry,
for
Jeff.
each year.
Hey, Patriot, really quickly, why the fuck does this document for 2026 have data for October, November, and December? And don't say that it's data from 2025, because it's actually different than the data that's listed in 2025 as far as that time frame. So the question I have is, why does this document?
Where do you see that?
Sure, it's right here. Hold on, it's right here. This is the 2026 document, right? And this data right here is for October, November, and December. This is the 2026 one.
Hold on,
right?
Santana.
And so
I'm gonna say
not the document I gave you.
I need you to make it bigger for us.
It's literally the document. I said, is this the Excel file? No. It's the link. It's right here. This is the data for 2026. Now this is the one for 2025.
How about you just go to the
and this is hold on. This is wait, Patriot, you're like I need you to lock in, right? So this is the data from 2025 for that time frame, but this is the data from that's listed in 2026. And as you can see, the data, like the numbers, they're different. Like this is different, right? So why is it that this I didn't edit shit, bud. Why does this file?
You probably did, because that's not what I gave you. That's not the file I gave you.
This is literally the file that you gave me.
Pull it up directly from CBP then, so we can't debate.
It's right here.
Hold on, go to cbp.gov.
It's right here.
CBP.
It's on the screen. It's right here.
It has encounters right here.
It's right here. This is Patriot. Is this Patriot? Stop being bad faith. Is this not the site that you told me to go to and download it?
I'm looking at encounters right now.
Can you answer the question? You said go to the site and download it, right?
That's not the site.
This is the site that you gave me.
Scroll down to the bottom of the page too.
You're pretty sure you're on the wrong
bottom
site.
of the page.
It's CBP. Look. Type this in.
So we went from ice.gov to CBP.
Yeah, you literally said ice.gov/detention-management. This is what you gave me. And then I said, oh, you're talking about this Excel file? As a matter of fact, I said, are you talking about this Excel file? And you said, yes.
You pulled up some other shit. So do you want the source or not?
How am I pulling up some other shit when this is what you gave me?
Because that's not what I gave you.
Hold on one second, Jeff. Hold on one second, Jeff. Give me a second. Give me a second. Patriot, no. I need to know that you're at least going to be good faith. Stop it. I need to know that you're at least going to be good. Stop it. I need to know that you're at least going to be good faith. So the question I have right here, right now.
No, I'm not wrong.
Stop it. The question I have right here, right now is, are you saying that you didn't tell me to go to ice.gov with its detention-management? You didn't tell me to go there?
Yeah, but you're not pulling up what I said.
Okay.
So I'm giving you a different.
But then when you no. I don't want you to give me different shit. I'm there. Stop it. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. You said it's the Excel file. You said it was the Excel file at the bottom. So I go down to the Excel file at the bottom, and this is the actual file, right? This is what you said.
You want to pull it up, bro?
Is this not the file on the site that you gave me?
I'm trying to give you the link, but you don't.
Can you answer the question directly? I don't care about the new place that you want me to go. I'm trying to verify with the place that we were already at. Can you tell me, is this not the file? Answer the question directly. Is this not the file on the page that you told me to go to?
If anyone actually wants to see the numbers,
answer the question directly. You're running. Hey, answer the question directly. You're literally running. If you don't answer it, it's just a concession and you're going to get kicked.
Yes, that's the link.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mute you. Say it again. You said this. Yes is the link. Okay. I'm pulling up other shit. Okay.
Some other shit.
Perfect. We're just going to click and open it up again.
When I click the link.
We just clicked. You see, I just clicked and opened it, right? So I didn't do anything else. I just clicked and opened it. And so when I started to look at the actual information, right, this is where we are. So you see this again. I just clicked and opened it. It's the same thing. And the information is still here. I just clicked the link and it brought this up and we went to the tab together. So I want you to answer the question.
What tab?
This is the 2026. This is the ICLOS and detainees. I want you to answer the question. Why is it that the 2026 file already has populated information for October, November, and December?
Where do you see that? That's not on my screen. You filled those in.
I just opened up the file. I clicked on it and how could I fill it in if I just clicked on the file and opened it up?
Right here, it's empty.
Turn on your camera.
Damn.
You're fucking lying.
You're a fucking liar.
No. Here it is right here.
You heard him yourself.
Wait. Here it is. Here it is right here. Stop fucking lying. Stop fucking lying. Here it is right here. This is the link. This is the link.
That's gonna
you're fucking running. You're fucking running because you're lying. Here's the link.
Opening the file.
I clicked on the link.
Delete that file,
and there it is.
Re-download it. Delete it. Re-download it. Prove your point.
Sure. That's fine.
Delete it.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Delete it.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. Hey, stop crashing. Shh, quiet. We're gonna go ahead and do it. Hold on. Let me bring this down. Let's go over here. And then we're going to go to downloads and I didn't even download it. I just clicked and opened up the link. There was no download. So we're going to go back here. Everything's closed. We're going to click on this. Boom. This is it right here.
Someone doesn't know how technology works after all that shit talking to Santana about Santana
right there.
Not knowing how technology works. That's funny as fuck because I could tell that Santana.
So it was a lot nicer when you were quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, this is I clicked on the link. This is 2026 right here. You see this? Hold on. Let me move it over. This says 2026 right there. And then they have 2025. And that's when I open up 2025 to compare 2025 and 2026. And that's when I noticed that 2026 already has the actual information. As a matter of fact, let me do this really quick. Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second.
So you don't know that it starts in October,
right here,
the fiscal year?
Right here. Do you see this?
The fiscal year starts in October, dumbass. Holy fuck.
If the fiscal year started in October, it would say October 2025.
You're a fucking idiot.
And there's different information for October.
And that's the whole point, Sean.
On the CBP website,
that's the whole point. Hey, 2025 also has the populated information for the 2025 fiscal year. The actual file for 2025 has the actual populated information in there. You fucking suck. You're stupid, and you still don't have fucking sources. Anyway, go ahead, Jeff.
The sources say encounters are down, dumbass.
So,
they're not. You can't prove it.
Encounter numbers.
They're not, and you can't prove it.
The first link.
They're not, and you can't prove it. Go ahead, Jeff.
Now let's go back to the law. we're gonna recapitulate this conversation, this other lie conversation. So
that's hilarious.
You were asked what is illegal
Bro doesn't know when the
immigration.
fiscal year starts.
I don't know why you're talking.
It's because he's still coping, Jeff.
Wrong, bro.
Yeah.
He's coping so hard. He thought that he had something, and now he's crashing because he doesn't know how technology works. He's so insignificant that he's tried to give sources multiple times, and none of his sources is actually working. So that's why he tried to go find another source instead of looking at the shit he already gave. I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
You didn't pull him up.
You're right. So okay, so you were asked what is illegal immigration, and your answer was when you come here undocumented. And then you were asked for support for that. You said 8 USC 1325.
Amazing.
Look, I would stipulate that 8 USC 13. So you haven't said that it's illegal to come into the country undocumented. I'm just going to ask the question directly, and we're going to count the dodges here. So did you say that it's illegal to enter the country undocumented? Yes or no?
Yes, that is a violation of the law to enter the country.
Okay, so now let's get clear which law is a violation of.
Okay, USC 8 1325.
Okay, so what you're saying is just the fact that it says improper entry leads you to the inference that means undocumented?
No, it's because if you enter the country undocumented, that is a violation. That is an improper entry.
Okay, that's begging the question.
And that's what you're charged with.
Listen, that's begging the question. All right, that's what's in contention right now. Like you and I disagree that law says that. So I'd like you to point to where in the law.
Yeah, the law doesn't have to specifically state anything.
So it doesn't have to specifically state stuff for it to say stuff.
the law specifically has to say something.
That's like saying, where does it say I can't stab someone in the eye? Where in the law does it specifically say that?
Look, it will say that.
It doesn't specifically say I can't stab somebody in the eye.
Hold on. Listen.
Where does it specifically say that, Jeff?
Wait, I'm answering your question.
Where does it specifically say that? Word for word, use the word knife.
Ask me three more times, and then I'll tell you.
Well, that's what you're doing. You asked me about 10 times, even though every single time you were wrong, and I answered the question. You realize you're wrong.
No, ask me again.
The question over and over again.
I haven't asked you multiple
1325. Any alien who enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than designated by an immigration officer. Hey, Jeff, what is required to enter the United States?
To be entering. To be entered. Well,
to be able to cross into
what is required
to cross at a point designated by
documentation?
No, it doesn't say. It doesn't say.
Really? Can you enter without documentation, Jeff?
Yes.
Of course you can.
You can enter without documentation.
Hey, Patriot. Hold on, give me 1 second, Jeff. Sean. Hey, Patriot. Patriot. Please stop talking over people. Have impulse control. Hey, seriously.
You had your
please stop. I'm telling you. If you do it again, it's literally a concession. You're running and you want to be kicked. If you keep speaking over me and you keep speaking over other people, it's literally a concession and you will be kicked. I'm telling you now, I'm over you talking over everyone because we cannot hear you because you're talking over everyone else. Stop it. Have some decorum. Go ahead.
Okay, I will because I will not let you run from this.
All right, cool. So the law has to indicate a specific thing. I'm going to address your stabbing example, right? There are laws about assault, and they would indicate a category of things in which stabbing would be included. So we can just examine some of them. Now, if there was a law that said you can't do jumping jacks, and you said, well, you stabbed someone, that's a jumping jack, I'm going to disagree, right? So in here, this doesn't say the possession of documentation is required. It doesn't even have a category of things that would include documentation being required. If you say, hey, what is required to enter the country? And this doesn't say documentation and you don't have another document that says documentation. Now, at a port of entry, they might have some requirement to have documentation or to fill out some other paperwork to get into the country. But
that falls under the law.
No, because
first sentence.
Listen, it doesn't say port of entry in that sentence. Immigration officers can designate non-ports of entry as places to enter, correct?
Yeah, the first sentence I didn't say it said port of entry.
Okay, so then why are you asking about a port of entry? Now, if an immigration,
I'm asking you what's asked for you at a port of entry, because that's the most common.
So that has nothing to do.
The most common designated area to come in.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with this. Okay, you talk to port of entry officers on your time. When it says here that an immigration officer can designate a place for you to cross the border, does it indicate what is required to cross that border?
Does what indicate?
This text.
Yeah, it indicates that it's whatever is required and asked for you from the immigration officers.
Okay, and where does it indicate what's required?
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have
It
to.
doesn't
The
have to.
immigration
Wait,
officers,
hold on.
Just like it doesn't determine where the port of entry is or the
this
designated entry is. It doesn't determine that, does it?
It does. But
Really,
I
where
just,
does it
don't have.
determine where the
Yeah,
port of entry is?
I'm still granting grace.
I got you.
Please.
Yeah, stop
I got
interrupting.
you. This is
8
this
USC
is super easy,
1325
right?
makes it a federal crime for an alien to enter the United States with.
Hey, Patriot, I was talking
Without
about you.
inspection.
I was literally talking about you. Please stop it. This is the last warning. I've been trying to give you guys grace because Jeff was kind of cutting in as well, and you were too. So I didn't say anything before. Stop over talking.
Gotcha. Jeff, what's a lawful inspection at the border?
So Santana, can you pull up 8 USC 1325 real quick so I can show where it designates that immigration officers can designate a port of entry or claim a port of entry that is non-designated?
You said 8
Lawful
USC.
inspection
Which one?
requires presentation
1325.
25.
Shut the fuck up, Patriot. God damn. Yeah, 8 USC 1325.
Why are overweight men so fragile?
I'm not a man. But look, listen,
Okay,
I
buddy.
understand.
Hey, Patriot.
I understand that you just hit my
Stop.
DMs. Just
I
hit my
got it.
DMs. Okay.
I'm bringing it up right now, and I'm going to put it on the screen. Is
Jeff,
it
what's a
okay
lawful
if we
inspection at the
actually? Now you're speaking over me. Like, who
start talking
trained
at the same
you?
time.
Like, serious question. Who trained you? Like, what the fuck happened to your parents?
man,
Did your
by the
parents not actually? What is it about mediocre ass white men? Like, for some reason, you feel so inferior that you just come up here and you kirk out, right? Like, I don't understand what the fuck is happening right now, but you are just conceding because you know that you're beat. You haven't provided shit. So the only thing that you're going to do is keep trying to speak over people that actually have information. If you had any type of substance, you wouldn't have to try to talk over everyone so they can't actually prove the shit that they're saying. You literally lack impulse control because you don't have any substance. You're literally just a piece of shit. Do it again and I'm fucking kicking you. Sean, I'm pulling this up. This is from house.gov. We're going to put it on the screen.
W race bait. I'm not white. I know you want me to be though because you hate white.
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking mediocre ass white man.
He's going to claim indigeneity, by the way.
He's a mediocre ass white man, and I'm still putting this on the screen. Give me a second here.
Yeah, I got you. Because we can read it. It's super easy. So when it says improper entry by an alien, an undocumented alien, what it talks about here, obviously improper time or place, avoidance of examination or inspection, misrepresentation or concealment of facts. And B is, it goes into proper time or place and talks about the civil issues that you would have, the civil issues that will ensue if you do these certain things. I have a question real quick. Santana, if I'm at my job, right? Do you know the difference between? Do you know? I'm not going to ask the difference between it because there's nothing in here about the second thing. But do you know what conduct is?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're doing something on a job and you have improper conduct, you know what that is, right? Okay. So let's say that I'm mopping a floor. And I'm singing Lil Jon and the East Side Boys at the top of my lungs in an elementary school while I'm mopping the floor, and the kids can hear me say, to the window, to the wall, to the sweat drips from my balls. All these bitches scrawl, all skeet skeet motherfucker, all skeet skeet goddamn. Am I like, when it comes to mopping the floor, is my mopping bad, or is the conduct that I'm having whilst I'm mopping bad?
It's the conduct. It's the conduct while mopping.
Okay, excellent. So if someone were
really
to
quick,
mop
sorry.
the floor,
Fact Hound 88. You were talking a bunch of shit and you got muted, and I sent you multiple requests. I see that you follow me. You got 10 seconds to go ahead and request up, or I'm just gonna block you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can completely fuck off. Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
You're perfectly fine. When it says here, when it talks about the improper entry, it doesn't talk about the immigration itself being illegal. It talks about doing immigration at specific places at specific times. What they're really talking about here with time and place is usually crossing into the United States at night in a public park, because being in a public park is illegal in the United States at night. Misrepresentation or concealment of facts means that you're like doing identity theft. And so like the entry itself is perfectly fine. The issue is that you lied to the immigration officer, because it is illegal to lie to law enforcement. You just so happen to be an undocumented immigrant that did it. Like, does this make sense? Am I making sense? Okay, excellent. Because when people say illegal immigration, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because this doesn't show illegal immigration.
He was bad faith from everything that he was saying. I mean, like the entire point was bad faith, and then he requested back, like I was going to bring him back up. I think that I think a lot of people have me fucked up as far as how I do things versus how other people do things, and like him just talking over everyone. It's not something that I'm interested in, and I kick you. It's not to bring you back once someone gets the point across. It's literally to tell you to fuck off. So I don't know. That was annoying as shit. I think we're all worse off for that engagement.
If there's a running theme here, right, it's that there are certain behaviors that people have that show that they're in bad faith or dishonest. Like speaking very quickly and trying to ram as many facts through as possible. No pause. That shows that you're dishonest. Saying a thing and then waiting as soon as for somebody else to talk, for you to talk over them, that shows that you're dishonest. Jumping straight to meta, all of those things, that they just show that people are dishonest. And this is like, look, I'm saying this more for my sister's benefit, because she keeps saying we're overestimating the ops, which means the ops suck, right? If you want people to hear you, stop doing that weird shit, because the audience isn't going to be convinced. You're only talking to people who already agree with you, right? You're not changing any minds if you're going to be dishonest. People pick up on that kind of stuff. So like, give yourself a shot. Like, you're already on the wrong side of history. You're on the wrong side of the facts. You're on the wrong side of the substance, the rhetoric, everything. At least give yourself a fighting shot by not also being a dishonest fuck.
Yeah. All right. It's time for us to close it down for real this time. So anything else from any of you guys?
Men suck. Bye.
Bye.
No, audiobooks on the way, I guess.
Books.
Don't do it.
Books.
Don't do it.
Don't
do it. Did you see, by the way, did you see that thing I showed you, I sent to you the other day with Dean?
Which one?
It was like yesterday or 2 days ago. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. When you get off,
I'd have to check.
All right, it's in your DMs.
Just look at it, because I was crying laughing.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know. Like, I don't find that shit funny. Like, I know I don't find that shit funny. Like, it's annoying to me, but that's just how I am, like, in general. Like,
I think the person's a little funny. I think his reaction is what's very, very funny.
Yeah, I don't know. You know me, like, I don't fuck with trolls, like, in any way, shape, or form. And like they just irritate me so much. So it's hard for me to enjoy any aspect of a troll. So
fair enough.
Yeah. Jeff?
I'm gonna say for the couple of y'all that have gotten the audiobook already, I hope you enjoy it, because it was done under duress. No, I'm just kidding. I really liked recording it, but that's just because I like recording things. It again is available at the link in my bio and at endofaspecies.com. You also, if you want a paperback copy of the book, that is also available. Yeah. So yeah, go get it. Go do the thing.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. I'm drop you down. We're gonna close this thing out.
All right, love you.
Bye. Love you. Bye. All right, guys, we're gonna call it for now. I was only planning on being on for like 2 hours, and now we've been on for 4 hours and a half, which is fucking crazy. Like I literally was only planning on being on for 2 hours because I was gonna come back on this evening, but now I don't know what I'm gonna do. So we'll see what happens. With that being said, let's go ahead and call it.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys, damn it, I did not mean to click on that. Holy fuck. Whatever. All right, I'll see you guys later. Like I said, I originally had planned on hopping on only for a couple hours and then being on again later this evening, but we'll see what happened. Yeah, I'll see you guys. I love you. Thank you. Thank you for all the gifts, taps, likes, shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all. And